Chapter 989 Strange Deal. Wang Wei looked at the man opposite him. He was burly, displaying his overground muscles. At first, the man's eyes indicated he was the king of people who only used his muscles but not his brain. However, upon closer observation, Wang Wei could tell the cunning, almost devilish light flashed deep in his eyes. "How may I address you?" asked Wang Wei after a few seconds of observation. Pei Lang did not immediately answer, as he also observed the person who wanted to contact them. The communication was long distance, separated by dimensions, but his senses could tell how powerful he was. Probably between 60 to 65% Grand Dao Source, or maybe more, he thought, slightly surprised despite not showing it. It was not easy for people to reach more than the sixfold battle realm, let alone do it in the lower dimension. Most people who can reach more than sevenfold are great emperors who have re-established their Dao foundation to be on par with nine extremity and also have access to countless resources and source techniques. Pei Lang did not expect the person who wanted to contact was an unparalleled genius who broke all common sense of the upper dimension. How talented is this kid? He thought, trying to remain calm. You may address me as Empyrean Jimin. Jimin? The characters for this word can mean many things, like swift, nimble, and clever. Is his Dao related to speed or maybe an assassin or spy? Analyzed Wang Wei. The name is Emperor Wang, from the Dao opening sect. Wang Wei did not dare say his emperor title since his current self cannot bear such a title. In the lower dimension, it's fine if he's arrogant and claims he has dominated fate, but he won't say such a stupid thing in the upper dimension until he's at least a paragon. Better yet, until he reaches the peak of that realm. As for his heavenly emperor title, he also did not want to reveal it to this person lest it spread. After all, according to his calculations, the Earth Emperor should be very interested in the Heavenly Emperor's karmic position. As such, although he wanted to have a good relationship, he had to worry about the possibility that this person was not trustworthy or there might be spies from the 8 parasites amidst the revolutionary. Emperor Wang? You're from the Wang clan? It should be, replied Wang Wei, and Empyrean Jimin became slighter and more serious. The Wang clan is considered one of the most blessed families in the Eternal Ascension world because of their 2 ancestors, Qiyuan and Heaven Opening. One clan has given birth to 2 primal paragons, beings capable of killing pinnacle boundless paragons, beings who have truly reached the limit of the paragon realm without much or any room for improvement. Fortunately, the Wang clan was divided. Otherwise, the title of the most powerful clan would belong to them. With this kid's displayed talent, once he has the opportunity, he should be the third, thought Pei Lang, sighing deeply internally. It's an honor to meet fellow Taoist, said Pei Lang with a smile. I cannot accept such a title, Empyrean Jimin. Moreover, my family's honor and glory have nothing to do with me currently, replied Wang Wei as he shook his head. He knew his limits and when to respect powerhouses. The feeling this person gave him was that he could easily kill him with one finger, and even if he entered the taboo realm, the result might be the same. Has his strength reached 89% Grand Dao Source? Analyzed Wang Wei, thinking the latter was a peak Empyrean. No, he might be even more powerful. There should be a second bottleneck between 89 and 90% Grand Dao Source, just like the one between 69 and 70% Grand Dao Source? And this one should be even more difficult to overcome. However, after taking into consideration the political situation of the upper dimension, Wang Wei realized it was possible for some people's understanding to be higher than their cultivation. Empyreans do not only need to comprehend 90% of their Grand Dao Source to enter the Paragon realm. No, that's only the first step. Their soul must reach that level along with the luck level, Dao Heart, immemorial tribulation, and other things. Only with these things could they experience a third Grand Dao Source baptism, similar to the ones when they become great emperors, to become paragons. However, without these other things, it's possible for someone to continue to comprehend the Grand Dao Source to 91, 92, or even higher percentages. The process will be extremely slow compared to even if they enter the Paragon realm, and they will not be able to control their powers without a Paragon soul, but it's still possible. Many peak Empyreans cannot cast their Paragon soul or survive the tribulation because of fear of being killed. However, despite the extreme difficulty, they can still continue comprehending their grand Tao source. Wang Wei could picture the upper dimension more clearly. Factions under the parasites do not dare to continue comprehending their Tao out of fear their cultivation level will garner the heir of their leader. Meanwhile, other people do not dare to enter higher realms but continue their comprehension so that once they have an opportunity for a breakthrough, their cultivation will be much higher. Pei Lang was not surprised by this answer. As an emperor bred in the lower dimension, such a mindset of not relying on his family's name and glory was normal. Regardless of how you feel, it is indeed an honor to meet a junior of the Wang clan who lives up to their ancestors' glory. Wang Wei smiled calmly. Empyrean Jimin, let's get directly to business since our communication cannot last long. Yes, let's get to business. You contacted us. I wonder why. I want to make a deal. Oh, I'm listening. Your cause should be in need of talented individuals, correct? Pei Lang gave him an odd look, wondering where he was going with this. That's right. In my generation, many geniuses with eternal-level talents have failed their battle. How about I send them to fight for your cause in exchange for certain rare upper-dimension resources? That's a strange request, to say the least. From my understanding, the upper dimension does not lack heaven's will, and that's exactly what these talents need, explained Wang Wei. Furthermore, many of these talents are descended from powerful factions in the upper dimension. If you use them correctly, your cause could garner the secret funding of these factions. Pei Lang, with his massive arms crossed, did not immediately answer. With a frown, he took a few seconds before asking a few questions. First, why not directly contact the faction behind them? You should understand that they have too many eyes on them, even more than your revolution. Pei Lang had to agree with this statement. Compared to their cause, these rulers were more scared of these ancient factions, believing they were the biggest threat to their reign. As such, they forced them to seal themselves while closely watching them. If these factions suddenly received eternal emperor-level geniuses and those from the lower dimension, the moons might immediately attack them. Pei Lang gave Wang Wei a look. This person has a deeper understanding of the current situation than I anticipated. Second question, will these people be willing to fight for us? It's a trade. I will tell them the cause and effect and have them choose. That would be the best. Pei Lang knew the worst-case scenario was to force these geniuses to their cause, so it would be ideal if they chose to participate. Final question. Are you sure you can send people and receive items from us? Yes, replied Wang Wei calmly, and Pei Lang frowned. Numerous thoughts flashed in his eyes. In this situation, only one of the sons and true heavenly Tao could allow for such an exchange. If it's the latter, then this kid has great connections, and it's also a sign that the divide between the two sons has reached a breaking point. If it's the former, then this kid is the one with the destiny to end this era. Pei Lang's eyes lit up as he finally understood why the destiny of their movement changed so drastically. He controlled his thoughts before continuing. Our cause indeed values those geniuses. Pei Lang knew true heavenly Tao had a special inkling for great emperors from the lower dimension, especially eternal emperors. It would bless them and ensure they can reach their peak. According to a statistic he knew of the old era, the percentage of eternal emperors who fail to become everlasting and boundless paragons is much higher from geniuses in the upper dimension than those from below. During the Golden Age, the majority of primal paragons originated from the lower dimension. So, he knew in this upcoming chaos, if true heavenly Tao continued to bless them, it would be possible for these geniuses to follow Emperor Kong's path and become Empyreans and even paragons in the shortest time possible, allowing them to rise in the upcoming era. With their destinies added to our cause, our chances of success will drastically increase, and I can take this opportunity to become a chess player in the next era. After realizing the benefits, Pei Lang immediately agreed to this deal and negotiated the price of these geniuses with Wang Wei. Then, they choose a drop place to deliver these people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 990 Sagehood Path. Now that our business is done and still have some time, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Asked Wang Wei. You can ask, but there is no guarantee that I will answer. That's fair. My question is regarding Emperor Kong. No, he should be Empyrean Kong now. What's his relationship with your movement? Empyrean Kong? From my knowledge, we have tried to contact him, but he has always rejected our offer, replied Pei Lang calmly, and Wang Wei gave him a look. This guy can decide about this trade so easily, so his status and power in the rebellion should be critical. So he should know the answer to my question. In a moment, he concluded the latter was probably lying. All right, let me ask the question in another way. Based on the little information I've gathered, I've deduced that Empyrean Kong should have a unique status in the world, to the point that none of the 7 moons wish to harm him and even treat him with some respect. Can you tell me why? Oh, that's easy. It's because he is an Empyrean with a 2nd-level golden body of merit, replied Pei Lang. Golden body of merit? As the name implied, it's a unique blessing for people who have accomplished great things in the world and acquired a significant amount of merit, explained Pei Lang. The golden body of merit is divided into 3 levels, corresponding to the tiers of the immortal stage. A first-step body will be extremely useful for any immortal path, granting them protection and blessing. Of course, that is not its greatest use. Anyone who kills someone with a golden body of merit will be cursed by terrible bad luck. How bad? Let me give you an example. If an emperor has a 3rd-level body of merit, even a paragon will be cursed to death after killing them. So strong. Yes. So, a 2nd level could cause the death of an Empyrean? Correct. So, what about Empyrean Kong? Asked Wang Wei. The merit body system is also based on a person's cultivation. For example, Kong is an Empyrean with a 2nd-level body, so even early and middle-stage paragons must be wary of the backlash for killing him. If he were only a great emperor with a 2nd-level body, he would not be a threat to them? Unless he had a 3rd-level golden merit body. Wang Wei processed the information he received. So, what will happen after he becomes a paragon? By then, even late-stage paragons won't be able to bear the backlash for killing him. So, only peak paragon can kill him? Yes, and even they might suffer if not careful. What if he had a 3rd-stage golden body of merit? Do you know how difficult it is to achieve such a thing? I don't know, but my question still stands. Pei Lang looked directly at his eyes, trying to understand why he wanted to know so much. He wondered whether there was a secret behind this. With a 3rd-level golden body of merit, no one could touch such a supreme sage? Even primal paragons. Primal paragon? You don't need to know about this. Wang Wei nodded and did not ask. After hearing these terms, the book that Wu Hong left for him changed as many of the seals were lifted. The new pages contained more information about primal paragons and the golden body of merit, including the benefits like a blessing in cultivation and excellent effect against dark creatures or cultivators with negative karma. You mentioned the word sage? Continued Wang Wei. The path of sagehood is another alternative path of immortality. Individuals can dedicate their lives to improving the world and gathering merit. Once they succeed, they can summon a heaven will to prove the Tao and eventually condense a golden body of merit. This path is arduous as it involves increasing cultivation level and the golden body of merit. An interesting and potent path, commented Wang Wei. It was probably more popular in ancient times when the world was new and more easily influenceable. According to ancient records, that was the case, replied Pei Lang, elevating his evaluation of Wang Wei to a higher level. Is Empyrean Kong walking the path of ancient sage? Most likely. How did he condense a 2nd-level golden body of merit? I don't think the concept of academy is enough for that since the upper dimension should already have it. Although Emperor Kong revived the world with the academy, he was not the only one who created it in the lower dimension. So, this thing should have long existed in the upper dimension. Empyrean Kong first became famous after convincing these people to revive the concept of the academy. Revive? Yes, they had previously destroyed it to prevent ordinary people from gaining access to cultivation, but he revived it. How did he do that? What do you think? Asked Pei Lang instead of answering. He convinced them with benefit, allowing them to use the academy for their benefit. Correct. The Earth Emperor was the first to support this decision since the academy was vital for cultivating talent for the great Chu divine dynasty. The fact he could convince them was a testament to his ability, praised Wang Wei, convinced by Emperor Kong's diplomatic abilities and iron will and state of mind that he was willing to be in bed with the enemy. Well, no eternal emperor is ever simple, let alone the ones from the myriad emperor world that are blessed by the world, thought Wang Wei. Was the revival of the academy enough for him to condense a second-level merit body? No, but that's where his scheming mind takes place, explained Pei Lang. The revival only allowed him to condense the first grade. However, he became low-key immediately, almost disappearing from the world. When he reappeared, he was one of the youngest everlasting Empyreans in the world and with a second-level golden body of merit. No one actually knows what he did to achieve this, and it has been a great mystery that even these people wish to discover. He, a wise move, commented Wang Wei. He now had protection against these people. However, his every move was monitored. That sounds like a bad thing, but if they focus too much on him, it should give room for others to move and do things. Wang Wei gave Empyrean Jimin a look, and the little one had to make a great effort to control himself and prevent his micro-expressions from revealing any information. The latter was correct, as their movement benefited immensely from the era when Emperor Kong was in the limelight. Wang Wei saw his reactions and confirmed Emperor Kong was related to their cause. Even if it was indirectly, this kid is definitely a Dao Lord and even a Dao Overlord. Now that I think about it, he did not even reveal his proper name, which could have revealed his Dao. Is that what he was trying to hide? Is there any else you would like to know? Pei Lang suddenly felt it was not the best idea to continue this conversation. Otherwise, he might reveal too much information. Although they were now allies, today was their first meeting, so being cautious was a good thing. Yes, I want to know whether Su Junyao is connected to your cause. Pei Lang almost thought they had traitors amidst them. If this person was not in the lower dimension and the current Dao opening sect was not in the situation to intervene in the world, he would have thought his resistance was already infiltrated. How do you even know this name? He asked instead of answering. A while ago, a few geniuses from the upper dimension came here, one of whom was her apprentice. Pei Lang frowned as he remembered this event. The Earth Emperor sent his secret daughter to the lower dimension on a mission. However, the latter never revealed the purpose of the mission. If I remember correctly, his apprentice disappeared around this time. Some events finally made sense to Pei Lang. Why are you asking about her? How did you come to this conclusion? Well, she's the most beautiful woman in the world. What man would not be tempted? Pei Lang did not believe these words. He did not see any desire in this man's eyes, only curiosity, and most of it was properly due to his wish to gather information. As for how I came to this conclusion, it was more of a guess. A guess? Yes, she was such a beautiful woman, and yet, none of the men of these 7 forcefully took possession of her. Furthermore, she could protect her apprentice to live for a long time despite his talent. She would never be simple. Many people believe Su Junyao is indeed a vase, but she was indeed not a simple woman. Pei Lang knew Su Junyao, including one of the biggest secrets she hid from the world, including these 8 people. She was an everlasting Empyrean. Sadly, she has nothing to do with our cause. We do not want to be entangled with her. She's too much trouble. Su Junyao was the embodiment that the extreme of something may not be a good thing. Her beauty was the source of too much trouble. Is that so? Muttered Wang Wei. Well, thank you for answering my questions. It's fine. This experience was a great way to strengthen our partnership. Indeed, the two briefly chatted before ending the conversation. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei no longer contained his excitement. That's it. That's how I can protect myself from him, he thought. If I can condense a 3rd-level golden body of merit, or even create the 4th level, maybe even half-step transcendence will not dare easily kill me. Plus, there is also the possibility that merit could directly lead to half-step transcendence. The idea was not as easy to accomplish as it sounded. By the time he ascends, he has an absolute belief he will condense a third-level golden body of merit. The issue is to go beyond that. The issue's core is whether I can drastically change the upper dimension as I did the lower dimension. However, in such a vast and ancient world, things will not be as easy as they sound. Now that he had a direction, Wang Wei created many possible ways to achieve his goal. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 991 Fight Eternal Ascension World Great Chu Divine Dynasty. Pei Lang was still in his cultivation room, deep in thought after the conversation. The destined one. Huh? He thought. It would be a great opportunity to steal his life. Unfortunately, it's too risky. If Emperor Wang were a regular cultivator with strength on the lower end of the Great Emperor realm and had no background, he would have taken the risk. With his strength, as long as his plan was meticulous enough, he had a high chance of succeeding. Sadly, the latter's strength was too close to the Empyrean realm. He knew if he tried something, Emperor Wang's destiny would have activated, allowing him to use the strength of the Empyrean realm, which was enough even to injure him. Additionally, he knew one of the Tao opening sect's 4 primal paragons was not dead. Although she seemed severely injured and even her strength had dropped, it was not something he could deal with. And if he took the Tao opening sect's connection like Empress Wu, it would be a stupid decision to make this kid into his enemy when he did not need to. It's simply not worth it, concluded Pei Lang before contacting Old Ma. We need to hurry our footsteps and be more aggressive. Sir, is this wise? We have already caused too much chaos and caught the attention of too many people, warned Old Ma. Don't worry, destiny is on our side. Old Ma seemed to have thought something. Don't say anything. All right, he said with a bright smile. Is there anything else? Yes. Tell everything to prepare? I will break through soon. Old Man's eyes grew larger. Sir, it's too dangerous. Over the years, how many people have tried to break through secretly? However, they will all be discovered by the 7. And if their method is clever, the 2 sons will always find them. If Mother Methreya had discovered them, depending on the situation, she would only prevent the breakthrough. But if it's the other, death is the only thing left for them. No, it's the right time. As soon as I ended the conversation, I felt my opportunity was coming. Old Ma was still worried. He did not dare to doubt the intuition of a powerful cultivator, but given the situation, he could not help it. Look at your response, said Pei Lang, shaking his head. These people have put fear in the hearts of all sentient beings. Someone must stand up and show the people there is still light and hope. So, even if I fail, I will win. As you wish, sir, said Old Man, bowing deeply to the leader with determined eyes. The conversation ended, and Pei Lang stood silently in his room. He was not an altruistic person or a hero. He only started this revolution with other people because he refused to bow down to these lucky people. It's also because he saw an opportunity for fame, glory, and power, even if the danger was astronomical. As such, his actions did not truly bring hope to the people. If I can succeed in becoming a paragon, true heavenly Tao would definitely reward me with plenty of merit. The world was currently in a dark age and needed someone to bring people hope and ignite their passion. I need to plan carefully in case something happens so that I can escape and survive. Now was the best time for his breakthrough. One of the 8 disappeared, most likely running away to avoid the catastrophe. The remaining people were stuck fighting countless invasions from other chaos worlds. Although I don't know why the foreign world suddenly wishes to attack us, it doesn't matter to me for now. The only problem is with these 2. According to his analysis, there is a major split between the 2 sons. Even before then, they had major contradictions, but they still worked together for a long time. But now, they seem to have turned into enemies. These 2 were the only true problem. However, my intuition told me that an opportunity for enlightening was coming. So, did something happen again with them? Pei Lang could not analyze more information, so he could only wait. So he chose to focus on another task. He took a communication talisman and sent information to someone. She should be interested in this news, thought Pei Lang. Refusing to acknowledge, he contacted her as an excuse to talk to the most beautiful woman in the world. Huh? She actually replied? He thought with a smile, knowing his bet had worked. However, he did not talk for long as he sensed something. His gaze penetrated the walls and looked at the sky. This is... He swiftly turned into the Prime Minister and rushed out of the room. Eternal Ascension World, Dark Truth. Supreme Unity opened his eyes, and the surroundings trembled slightly. His eyes looked at the conversation between Wang Wei and Pei Lang. Two pests meet and rapidly turn into a bigger pest, he thought, his eyes cold and indifferent as always. A terrifying killing intent emanated from his body. If not for another power blocking his intent, trillions of worlds and cosmos would have perished because of his simple desire to kill. While Supreme Unity was in a bad mood, Maithreya had a grin on the corner of her mouth. Two people she valued very much were meeting, plotting the destruction of this new era. She watched the entire conversation, including what Pei Lang said to Old Ma afterward. I did not waste so much effort to shield you, she thought. Supreme Unity or his cronies would have long warned the Earth Emperor of Pei Lang's true identity if not for her protection. The chessboard has been established. Although I now appear to have the advantage, Supreme Unity has not revealed his true trump cards yet. She analyzed. She overviewed everything she did and calculated endless possibilities. In the current situation, what is the best move I can make? The moment she asked herself that question, she had the answer. Remove his direct access to the game. That's the best way to ensure things proceed smoothly. Maithreya did not waste time and stood up from her position. Then, she released her aura. What's the meaning of this? Asked Supreme Unity indifferently. Please enlighten me, she said calmly, hands clasped and playing with a wooden prayer bead. Supreme Unity immediately knew her intentions. Remove him from the stage to give these people the breathing room to act. Unfortunately, he had no choice but to accept her ridiculous move. She did not care as much about the Eternal Ascension world as he did. If she had the choice, she would not hesitate to weaken the entire Chaos world to defeat him drastically. But he could not take such a risk. You don't care about the Dark Truth anymore? You and I know the involvement of the Dark Truth is beyond our grade, she replied calmly. Furthermore, the Dark Truth may not necessarily be bad. Fine, groaned Supreme Unity as he slowly stood up. He had long expected this possible outcome, so he was prepared. As such, it was not guaranteed he would lose this chess game. He took one last look at the world before disappearing. Maithreya followed him, and the two began a legendary battle. As soon as they started battling, countless scary eyes gazed at this battlefield, the weakest of whom were on par with these two. Some of the spectators were beings that those who did not even notice were watching. Origin Seal Continent. Wu Hong appeared next to the Sword Empress. She's gone. Yes, replied the Sword Empress. Worry about her? Worry won't do anything. If you say so, what are you going to do? Start reviving them. Are you sure this is a good idea? Asked Wu Hong. Supreme Unity has been adamant about preventing them from returning. It could be argued it's his bottom line. Maybe you're right, but I cannot let that stop me from trying. All right, but you still need to remain low-key. It's probably best not to return to your sect. That's what I was planning, nodded the Sword Empress before looking in the distance. I'm still worried about the foreign invasions. No cultivators like foreigners to invade their world and cause chaos. So, despite the current situation, she was worried about the state of the world. If the invasion is successful, the situation will indeed become more complicated, analyzed Wu Hong. Right now, news of their fight should still be a secret. But once it's revealed, they will stop their temptation and send real powerhouses. Logically speaking, Supreme Unity should not let these people mess around in his territory. But who knows what he might do if he's pushed to a corner. The bigger picture is his ambition, continued Wu Hong. Once he deals with his problem, the next step in his ascension of power should be to swallow the true heavenly Tao of other source chaos worlds. So, to prepare beforehand, he might use these invaders as pawns. Is that possible? We don't know the limit of his transcendence method, but as long as there is a small possibility, we must prepare. The Sword Empress groaned. Was it all right for us to open the path of transcendence? Even if we didn't, someone else would have. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 992 Worldchanging Expo Myriad Emperor World Heavenly Court. Wang Wei took the merit-proving method and read for another time. He did not expect this technique to have such a grand origin. He wondered what other wanderers the Sagehood path had, but the information in the book Wu Hong left him was basic, more in the line to give him a certain understanding. He put the technique away before looking in the distance. It's been such a while, but no reaction. So, all evidence shows that Maitreya is indeed on our side and is protecting me. He did not think he could hide his conversation with Empyrean Jimin from supreme unity. However, just like the revolution was not instantly annihilated, the current situation was indicative that he was also protected and did not need to worry about the wrath of a half-step transcendence. Wang Wei exhaled deeply before checking on the world. Based on his observation, he soon realized the profession of the world was undergoing a renaissance. After Tong Rubing's invention of the talisman weapon, the other professions felt the need to innovate. The array masters immediately latched into Wu Ming's totem warrior path, trying to perfect it as soon as possible. Alchemist or pill refiners tried to innovate, focusing on Wang Wei's previous flaw innate pill. However, there was no progress despite the creation of many innate pills. Sadly, their success was due to absorbing innate qi in the environment, not because they recreated how heaven and earth refined innate pills. As a result, Ho Shu's material alchemy had a new resurgence as alchemists focused more on this underdeveloped field. Weapon refiners were the weakest of the group as they had no new ideas for innovation. So, they took inspiration from Chen Chen and began focusing on creating extremely large weapon creations. For example, creating an entire city that is an origin weapon. Even minor professions like puppetry had a boost as the concept of flesh puppets suddenly became popular. Wang Wei looked at everything with a satisfied smile. It's time for Liling and the Dao opening sect to take the stage in this age of innovation. He sent an order and soon afterward, Yen Liling left the retreat. Not long after her appearance, another worldwide announcement in the dream world similar to Tong Ruobing appeared. The alchemists all over the world were excited. In this generation, each primary profession had a prodigy that represented the peak of that field. Yen Liling was for alchemists, just like Tong Ruobing was for talisman makers. Now that Yen Liling appeared in the same fashion as Tong Ruobing, they knew something major would appear. They were right. She first introduced the automatic cauldron to the world, shocking people as to how much such an invention would revolutionize the world. Not in a good way. The way these alchemists saw this invention was something that would replace them, rendering them useless. Well, even if it did not do that, it would still lower their status and value in the world. If Yen Liling was not from such a powerful faction with the Heavenly Emperor behind her, they would have killed her at all costs and destroyed that so-called heaven and earth mechanical cauldron. Yen Liling noticed how these people felt during this expo, so she reassured them this product would not replace alchemists. On the contrary, they would become more valuable. The device could not function without the recipe, so alchemists will develop more in that direction. She then announces that the cauldron will become a new setting in the dream world, simply called alchemy. Anyone can pay to refine a pill. However, unlike before, where all transactions only use dream coins, this setting requires actual payment. Non-alchemists, especially loose cultivators and people from weak factions, were the most excited by this development. From now on, as long as they have the material and the fee, they won't have to worry about finding an alchemist to refine pills for them. The alchemists finally could not hide their anger and hatred. Such a new development was definitely targeting their profession. However, Yen Liling did not care about their reaction as she continued. The news she revealed next still shocked the world? The creation of immortal runes. From now on, a new class above Quasi-Emperor tier? Immortal tier alchemist. Tong Ruobing did not hide her immortal rune system, publishing its basics to the public. She also left a recording in the dream world of her refining an immortal tier pill called Qi Replenishing Pill, which helps immortal sovereigns rapidly recover their lost immortal qi. The world of alchemy was shocked, with many people believing this video was fake. It was created from the home setting of the dream world. Unfortunately, the purple merit that descended on the Tao opening sect showed them it was true. For so many years, alchemists have wanted to break this limit and refine immortal pills. According to lost records, some talented alchemists might have succeeded, and there are signs that such a thing was more common before the Null Era. However, no one had actually created a replicable system until Yen Liling. Immediately after the Expo, most upper-echelon alchemists forgot about the issue with the automated cauldron. They dedicated all their time and effort to refining an immortal tier pill. Although Yen Liling warned them the threshold to become an immortal tier alchemist was extremely high, those people had confidence because of one thing? The dream world. Although they had to repay for immortal tier simulation, most of these alchemists were rich or had powerful factions to back them. So they could afford the price of millions of attempts. They all had the attitude that even if their talent were not on par, they would use hard work and unlimited resources to pill themselves to become an immortal alchemist. After all, if they succeed, the reward will not be simple wealth and glory. With the right pill, they can extend their lifespan to the limit of mortals. Their strength might reach a new height, along with many other advantages. While the world of alchemy was experiencing drastic change, the Tao opening sect struck again with another exhibition. They revealed 2 unfinished projects: an automatic weapon refining cauldron and creating the ultimate array. The other professions who were reveling in the fact that the alchemist era was coming to an end received a system shock after this announcement. Luckily, the project was incomplete, leaving room for them to improve. Now, they faced a dilemma. Should they participate in the creation of this project, receive merit, and leave their name in the annals of history, or ignore it and hope it never gets finished? Ultimately, these people could not resist the temptation of wealth and fame. Many talented and accomplished array master and weapon refiners signed up for the project. After being tested, the Tao opening sect selected the best to work on the project. Heavenly Court. Is it true when they say power is charming? I haven't seen you in a while, but you look more handsome, big brother, said Yen Liling with a smile. I have been thinking about this too. Recently, I have found it difficult to stop staring at myself in the mirror, replied Wang Wei as he gave her a hug. They sat opposite each other and served tea. How did the exhibition feel? Were you nervous? Not really, at least not until these people wanted to kill me, sighed Yen Liling. Although I expected this response, I did not expect it would be to this degree. Luckily, I diverted their interest to the new immortal rune system. Otherwise, the backlash from this reveal would have been more severe. Great progress that revolutionized any field is rarely done so peacefully, said Wang Wei calmly. The automatic cauldron is the future of the world. It will impact how resources are distributed, the rising path of regular cultivators, and even how future wars are fought. Once the idea appears in the world, it's impossible for these people to stop its development. True, but if for your strength and support, they could delay it for thousands of generations, if not more. Wang Wei agreed to that statement. Despite how ancient it is, the cultivator world has not changed much since its inception. At first, this anomaly seemed odd, but it's understandable when you think about it logically. Few people can accept drastic and constant changes in their lives. So, with the cultivator world having immortal beings that have lived for far too long, it made sense these people would not easily allow the world to change. Whether out of a necessity to maintain their power and control or because of a sense of familiarity, changes are usually not a good thing for them. As such, many of them spend too much time trying to maintain the status quo. So, what's your next plan? Asked Wang Wei. I have to help the sect modify the immortal system to function for other professions, replied Yen Liling. Her immortal runes were designed specifically for pill refining, but with some fine-tuning, they could be changed to aid the other professions. Afterward, I will prepare to face the heaven chosen of the endless void. Her goal is to be number 1 on the list of young alchemists and among the top 10 alchemists of the lower dimension. With the luck and destinies of these 2 lists, she won't have much of a problem after proving the Tao. That's an excellent plan. Before I open the list of professions, I will recreate the imprint of all famous pill emperors in the lower dimension, and you can learn from them first. Yen Liling's eyes lit up after hearing this. If she could hear the sermon and watch countless pill emperors refine pills, her alchemy Tao would reach an imaginable level, and she might have a chance to dominate these 2 lists. She smiled, thinking how wonderful it was to have an overpowered big brother who controlled the power of fate. The things he can do and the advantages he can give her are simply wonderful. The 2 talked and spent a few days together before returning to their busy schedule. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 993 Alliance. After his talk with Yen Liling, Wang Wei returned to his cultivation as he silently watched over the world. However, it did not take him long before he received a summon from the steward and had to send a projection to another community. Immortal Ascension World, Dharma Sword Sect. The Dharma Sword Sect was once one of the best factions in this world. However, in this generation, they cultivated their first eternal emperor and a truly peerless talent. Today, all the upper echelons of the sect, including the one from the immortal realm, waited outside Sword Heart Mountain. Countless eyes gazed at the metallic mountain that was composed of trillions of swords and was emanating a terrifying Tao rhyme that any swordsman would salivate over. Has it been confirmed that the sect master will exit his retreat today? Asked a supreme elder in the quasi-emperor realm. That's what the ancestors said, so it should be true, replied another supreme elder. All we have to do is wait. Everyone nodded and remained quiet. More than half an hour later, a supreme sword will manifested above the sky before turning into dough rhymes that fused with Sword Heart Mountain. A few seconds later, Ji Lanfang appeared in white clothes before them. His aura was peaceful and less restrained, appearing as if he had returned to his carefree nature in his youth. However, they would be mistaken if someone had this notion about him. Underneath that carefree attitude was unparalleled power and confidence. What is it with all this fanfare? Did something happen? Asked Ji Lanfang. He usually does not like these over-the-top ceremonies, and these people knew this. But for all of them to appear here showed their anxiety. Fanger, something happened that needs you to make a decision, said an elderly man with no eyebrows. For many reasons, no one would dare make fun of this man despite his odd look. Firstly, he cultivated a monster apprentice like Ji Lanfang or the Sword Flash Emperor. Although Kong Bolin claimed he rarely taught his apprentice anything and did not like to take too much credit for the latter's success, it did not change he was the one who discovered Ji Lanfang and introduced him to the way of the sword. Secondly, despite failing his generation's battle, Kong Bolin was also a great swordsman known as the Righteous Heart Sword God. His title was due to his accomplishments and also his personality. For example, his eyebrows are gone because he made a non-binding bet with someone once and lost. So, he kept his word despite having multiple opportunities to grow them back without the world seeing him any differently. In the end, what exactly happened? Asked Ji Lanfang, who instantly scanned the entire Immortal Ascension world and did not find any trouble, changes, or chaos. Let's go to the hall to discuss, said Kong Bolin, and the group immediately headed to the sect master hall. A delegate from the Tao opening sect arrived a while ago, he explained immediately as soon as his adopted son sat on the chair. The Tao opening sect? Muttered Ji Lanfang as he observed his left hand. Different from his right, the skin on his left hand was gray, making the entire aesthetic of his body slightly odd and appealing at the same time. After his battle with Wang Tian, he lost his arm to the power of nothingness. However, such a disability did not stop him as he suppressed his generation with one arm. After proving the Tao, he did not immediately regenerate his arm. Instead, he spent time gathering the power of nothingness to condense a new arm capable of withstanding the power of that strike and maybe even going beyond. "I'm guessing it's not a simple invite since all of you are so riled up," he stated. "You're correct. They wanted an alliance between our two worlds, but that's not the key issue." "Oh, so Wang Wei was indeed the final winner. Well, it would be surprising if he did not win." "Focus," said Kong Bolin. "Oh, right, you said this was not the crux of the issue. So what was it?" "The Heavenly Emperor karmic position," replied Kong Bolin before explaining everything to his adopted son. Ji Lanfang was quiet after hearing everything before saying, "I have no interest in the Heavenly Emperor position. However, it is indeed a good way to accelerate my cultivation," he commented. This comment did not surprise people since they understood their sect master quite well. "Why did the Tao opening sect reveal such important news so easily?" asked Ji Lanfang. The alliance was not even established, yet they granted them this information for free. According to the ambassador, news about the position was leaked to a few dozen heaven will world. So, the information is not as valuable as we thought? No, knowing Wang Wei, he won't ask us for an alliance with such useless news. That's correct. The ambassador claimed their leader was the first person to open this path, and anyone who came afterward had to pay him compensation. As allies, we don't have to pay. Pay compensation? How did he ensure people would definitely pay? According to them, he cursed the entire position. So, anyone who refuses to pay will suffer a fate worse than death. Curse the entire position? Ji Lanfang frowned after hearing this. It's not impossible to do such a thing, but it would require Wang Wei to secretly travel to all 3,800 heaven world will and cast that curse. However, his intuition as a swordsman told him things were not so simple. He closed his eyes as he tried to deduce some information. However, over the years, he had studied countless sword techniques, including the Sword of Fate, which can be used for divination and affect a person's fate, or the causality sword that is guaranteed to hit his opponent no matter the circumstance. "What a terrifying curse!" exclaimed Ji Lanfang as he opened his eyes, his face slightly pale. "Fanger, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'm just surprised how powerful he was." "Even you can't defeat him?" "If that curse is an indication of his power, I doubt anyone in the lower dimension is his opponent." "So scary?" Ji Lanfang did not say anything else. Words alone cannot describe the terror of that curse. His master did not continue on this topic, so he asked instead, "What do you think?" "It's fine to ally with them. I've always believed Wang Wei was ambitious and had grand plans. With his ruthlessness, he won't hesitate to deal with us if we get in his way." "So cruel." "No, he still values family and friendship. So he would probably seal or exile me for his father's sake. However, I don't know how he would treat the sect." "So, what you're saying is we should use his rise to get as many benefits as possible?" "Correct." "Sect Master, may I say something?" said another Supreme Elder. "Don't be so restrained. We are swordsmen, so be bold." "All right, my concern resonates with the Sect Master's words. We are swordsmen, so our mind needs to keep a certain level of purity and alienation toward the mundane world. I'm worried that our alliance with the Tao opening sect will have an adverse effect, especially if we focus too much on pursuing profit." "That's a valid concern," nodded Ji Lanfang. "The main reason I accepted the alliance so easily is because of the revival of the ultimate swordsmanship path in the next generation. That time is when our sect can truly rise and benefit the most. However, I won't be present then, so we might have to rely on the Tao opening sect to guarantee our benefit. The ultimate sword path has almost ruined their sect due to internal contradictions. Luckily, the sect master proved the Tao and ensured the transition of the sect with minimal loss. However, despite this change, the extreme sword path has not died yet, with some reckless and stubborn people remaining. No one knows what these people will do once Ji Lanfang leaves, so he must prepare for the true rise of the extreme sword path in the next generation. As long as the sect master has this in his heart, nodded the Supreme Elder. Since it's decided, Let's discuss how to establish the court, continued Kong Bolin. According to the ambassador, other factions will intervene in the process, and Wang Wei offers his help if we need it, but at a price. From how you speak, it seems they have encountered a similar situation before. Yes, in the Star Beast world. Mu Lei? Asked Ji Lanfang, remembering the deception trial. Yes, him. You don't have to worry about this. With my strength, we can deal with the chaos as long as everyone does not immediately surround us. He was an eternal supreme with a fourfold battle realm, so dealing with a dozen immortal sovereigns was not a problem. In that case, let's plan things slowly and perfectly, said Kong Bolin with a wide smile, making him look even weirder without his eyebrows. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 994, The Demon Suppression Emperor Demon Supremacy World, now called Human Faith World. The steward stood in a magnificent purple-gold castle that shone with immortal lights and Tao rhymes. However, despite his surroundings, his gaze was not on this world but on a battle outside of this plane. This fight is about to stop, he commented. Your Excellency, do you know who won? Asked Taoist Greenheart, who looked younger and happier than ever. Your Demon Suppression Emperor is much weaker than the opponent. However, he is battle-tested, and his sword has a natural suppression against the enemy, so he should be able to force her back. That's good, he sighed in relief. Now that the situation is settled, could you tell us why Lord Lord Wang Wei sent you to contact us? Taoist Greenheart remembered the young man who changed the destiny of this world. With his meticulous planning and brilliant mind, he destroyed an entire civilization in a matter of a few months. The man paved the way for humans to rise in this world and become the protagonist. Once the Emperor returns, you'll know my purpose, replied the steward. He could tell Taoist Greenheart's political power in this world was because he was the master of the Demon Suppression Emperor, not because of his strength or talent. As such, he would be respectful to the latter but would not discuss important matters with the latter. That's fine, replied Taoist Greenheart with a wry smile. More than an hour later, the clash outside the world stopped, and the steward received news that the Emperor would see him tomorrow. He nodded and waited. Human Emperor Palace, back garden. A woman wearing black armor with two sides on her side appeared. She had short hair, a scar above her left eye, and a serious expression. As soon as she appeared, the armor on her disappeared, and she immediately began to close the bleeding wounds. I knew you would be here, suddenly said a melodious voice. The Demon Suppression Emperor smiled wryly before turning her head. I just don't want you to see me in this state, he said, looking at the beautiful woman dressed in a flowering blue hanfu, displaying a youthful spirit that was truly mesmerizing. The Demon Suppression Emperor's heart immediately skipped a beat as she saw those big, lively eyes looking directly at her. Although no words were said, they convey a million emotions. All right, I apologize. I promise I won't hide anything from you anymore. She approached her other half and embraced her. In that short conversation, the Demon Suppression Emperor had healed all her injuries. She looked like she did. You keep saying that, but never keep your words. With our new visitors, our situation should change for the better, explained the Demon Suppression Emperor. So, I probably won't have to fight with my life on the line constantly. That's good, replied Hua Shui, and the Demon Suppression Emperor smiled. She held her in his hand before giving her a passionate kiss. Don't. We are in the garden and someone might see us, said Hua Shui in a meek voice. So what? Declared the Demon Suppression Emperor in a dominating voice. You're my empress, so it's my privacy what I do with you. Okay. Stop playing around, said Hua Shui with a red face. We have people waiting. You should prepare. You're right, said the Demon Suppression Emperor as she watched the angelic woman walk away, her eyes full of longing. She exhaled deeply before walking toward the throne. As the human emperor of this world, she holds the burden of protecting the human race, so she has a lot of work to do. Soon, she arrived at her throne with countless ministers waiting for her. She ignored the countless chants of praise and walked directly onto the throne. "Your Majesty, how is the situation? I have repelled the Blue Phoenix Empress, but that's only temporary," grunted the Demon Suppression Emperor. She thought after surviving thousands of assassinations, fighting in the final battle, and being lucky enough to become an Eternal, the human race's plight was over. But she was wrong. The cleaning up of the demon supremacy world was easy at first. Their civilization was destroyed, and despite its resurgence after recondensing their race's chi luck, they were nothing compared to the past. Furthermore, she was an Eternal Emperor. Unfortunately, when she began the process of cleaning up the lower realm, a foreign Eternal Emperor from the demon race attacked her. She knew something. People contacted foreigners out of desperation. After coming into contact with the endless void, the Demon Suppression Emperor truly realized the plight of their world. Such a weak Heavenwell world was a feast for any Heavenwell world, especially during this time of the year when all great emperors were still in the lower dimension. Luckily, the foreign demon emperor desired the world for herself. Otherwise, countless foreign planes would invade, kill the natives, and enslave them to mine resources. These people would tear apart heavenly Tao to absorb the world's source and increase their strength. As you know, our situation is dire. Once the news is leaked, our world might turn into a situation even worse than before, announced the Demon Suppression Emperor, increasing the tension in the world. All the people in the room survived from that time of turmoil and knew how terrible the status of the human race was before the rise of the human emperor. So, what is our next step? "The arrival of these foreigners may be our only hope," said the Demon Suppression Emperor. "But how do we know they won't treat us the same way as the other planes?" asked a minister. Lord Wang Wei was recognized by us as one of the human race's heroes and founders. There is no need to doubt his motive. That is a childish thing to say. Who knows if he has changed since then? You see, he did not even give us his real name. Are you questioning our heroes? The one who brought hope and salvation to this world. Your words are too much. I'm just saying to be cautious. Plus, you're the one who stepped out of line. He might have given us hope, but the human emperor truly brought salvation to our people. You know, I didn't mean it like that. How do I know what you mean? Enough, said the Demon Suppression Emperor before looking at his chancellor. This man was known for his wisdom, so he might be able to bring some perspective to the situation. Chancellor, what do you think? So far, it seemed promising to be associated with the foreigners, replied Chancellor Ku. Oh, why do you say that? The ambassador should understand the plight and value of our world. Even better, based on the information we know about Lord Wang Wei, he's a man of unparalleled wisdom. So, he should be able to deduce the current state of our world. Yet, despite this, no one came to attack or invade us. Instead, he sent an ambassador to contact us. This peaceful approach is at least a sign of respect and no hostility. You have a point? Nodded the Demon Suppression Emperor, and the room became quiet for a few minutes as she pondered. Finally, she looked at the Taoist Greenheart. Teacher, you've met with the ambassador. Did you find any information for their visit? He has hinted to me that he's here for an alliance. However, he also hinted that things were not simple, but he refused to reveal any more information. Something more? Could something have happened to Lord Wang Wei and his world, and he needs our help instead? Unlikely. Taoist Greenheart shook his head. From the way he spoke to Lord Wang Wei, I can sense great awe and reverence. With the ambassador's strength, it's easy to deduce the latter's accomplishments. That's good, replied the Demon Suppression Emperor, feeling reassured. Their world was already in trouble, so they had no way to help others. Of course, she owed Lord Wang Wei a great deal of karma, so she would help if the situation were really necessary. If we become allies with another world, what is essential to us that we must ensure no matter what? The Demon Suppression Emperor looked at the Chancellor. Our sovereignty, replied the latter without hesitation. No matter what, We cannot allow foreign worlds to have any political and militaristic power in our world. We can trade rare resources, fight together, and even sacrifice some of our interests, but we will not give up our sovereignty. Well said, praised the demon Suppression Emperor. The human race has suffered for too long without any power or authority, so they will not give up on these things no matter what. Let's discuss how to treat our guests for tomorrow. The court meeting continued. Inside a room in the palace. Interesting, said the steward, with a screen before him showing everything that was going on in the meeting. Based on this meeting, he already knew how to properly negotiate tomorrow and get the most benefit for his plane. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 995 Potential. The steward walked into the room with countless eyes on him. He bowed politely to the demon Suppression Emperor, showing the proper respect and etiquette. His actions elicited a smile from almost everyone in the room. The steward remained calm during the entire ordeal. He understood that because of this world's history, they value things like respect and dignity more than others. So, if his actions could facilitate a better negotiation situation, why not do it? Welcome, fellow ambassador, said the demon Suppression Emperor. Lord Wang Wei was a benefactor, someone we admire dearly for what he has done for us. So, since you're here on his behalf, we will also treat you with the utmost honor. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kind reception, replied the steward. As long as you feel welcome, she nodded. Now, let's get down to business. Can you tell me the reason for your visit? Is our benefactor in trouble of some kind and needs our help? If so, please do not hesitate to tell us. We humans pride ourselves in our benevolence and righteousness. So, if you need anything, feel free to ask. I appreciate your kindness, but this is not the reason for my unannounced visit, replied the steward. My sect master would like to see you. Last night, the steward realized Wang Wei's fame and glory in this world, so he decided the latter showing up would be the best way to negotiate. Our benefactor is coming here? When? Right now is fine. The demon Suppression Emperor frowned. She secretly used her divine sense to scan the entire world and outside of this world, but she did not detect anything. Afterward, she secretly communicated with Chancellor Ku. In that case, let us prepare to receive him with the utmost honor. The demon Suppression Emperor waved her hand to create a second throne opposite her. A few ministers frowned at this action but did not say anything. A few minutes later, everything was ready. We're ready. The steward nodded before uttering, Sect Master, you can show up. As soon as his words finished, someone was standing in the room. No one knew how he appeared. It was as if he was here long ago. All the ministers held their breath as every ounce of their being warned them that this was a scary being and should display the utmost respect, even when saying his name. Wang Wei garnered everyone's attention, but his eyes did not focus on too many people in the room. He first looked at the Taoist green heart. It's been a long time, fellow Taoist. Your Majesty, it has indeed been a while. What about the others? I'm the only one left. That's unfortunate, uttered Wang Wei before finally focusing on the demon Suppression Emperor. Luckily, all my hard work was not for nothing. Benefactor, it's a pleasure to meet you, said the human emperor, who forcefully controlled the shock and fear in her heart. Likewise, nodded Wang Wei. How may I address you? My title is the Demon Suppression Emperor, but you can call me by my name, Hong Hua. Hong? That's a beautiful name. Thank you, replied Hong Hua before motioning for Wang Wei to sit down opposite her. The latter had a natural feeling as if he could blend into any environment. No, he's not blending into the environment. The environment is changing to fit him, analyzed Hong Hua. While she was observing and analyzing Wang Wei, the latter was doing the same. An eternal emperor, but barely one similar to Emperor Kong. She most likely receives a boost from heavenly Tao and the manifestation of human destiny and suffering. His eyes seemed to contain all the truth in the universe, and for a moment, Hongwa felt naked, as if all her secrets were seen through. The cultivation world is still primarily patriarchal, so it should not be easy for her to lead the human race while being a woman. This could also explain her title along with other things. Wang Wei glanced at the two weapons next to her. Her one-fold strength is probably because of these two weapons. When fighting against a demon emperor, she might have no trouble surviving against someone with two-fold strength. Despite how weak the demon suppression emperor was, Wang Wei did not belittle her as he understood her circumstance. The former demon supremacy world did not have the ground to cultivate any powerful eternal emperor. The fact she was an eternal was a miracle in itself, most likely a last resort attempt of heavenly Tao to change the world and not allow it to return to the backward step when the demon race reigned over. Plus, she has potential, he concluded. Hongwa held the karmic position of human emperor. After making the human race the protagonist of the world, it was the perfect time to acquire that position and ensure the peace and prosperity of the world. Her situation was similar to the human emperor from the myriad emperor world, except she did not have to manufacture the situation to get the position and was just born at the right time and place. Once she also acquires the position of heavenly emperor, her potential will skyrocket with these two karmic positions. Is she about to become the Qin emperor's competitor? Wang Wei secretly smiled as he knew this was not possible. The three karmic positions of human, earth, and heaven emperor do not belong to one race, and only one person holds it. The Qin emperor was the official owner of the human emperor position, and Hongwa's position in the lower dimension is more of a branch, not the main one. It's the same for Wang Wei's heavenly emperor position, unless he can acquire it in the upper dimension and have it acknowledged by true heavenly Tao. I want to reiterate again how honored I feel to meet you, said Hongwa after seeing her guest was well situated. I accept your praise, but there is no need to put me on a pedestal, said Wang Wei calmly. Back then, the young master of the Hell Tiger clan offended me, so I came here to eliminate him. Although my actions were also guided by the misery of the human race in this world, my primary goal was still revenge and eliminating a potential threat. Hongwa nodded. Her teachers told her the truth, so she was not surprised. Regardless of your motive, it does not change the fact you've saved us from a terrible fate. Wang Wei calmly accepted her gratitude before getting to the topic at hand. I came here because of a recent change that is about to occur in the endless void. Before the chaos begins, I want to gather some trustworthy allies. Wang Wei explained the situation with the Heavenly Emperor, including its creation and spread, and the need for their alliance. Hongwa was immediately excited after hearing everything. Her instinct warned her that the Heavenly Emperor position was very important to her. She almost immediately agreed to the alliance request. Luckily, Chancellor coughed in time to remind her to control herself. If you have any concerns, you can address them, reassured Wang Wei. We do have some questions. How do I put this? Hongwa was slightly awkward. Normally, she was valiant and heroic, but the previous excitement and Wang Wei's strength messed up her mind a little. If you're worried about me influencing your court, don't be. You will decide all the positions. However, I do ask you to leave a small position for my ambassador, and I will do the same for yours. That's good, she nodded in relief. Another is regarding the situation of our world. She knew their world would become even more valuable after establishing the court. Everyone would want a bit out of a world without immortal sovereigns, a few immortals and insurgent, and the precious position of the heavenly court. I know your situation, and I will help, replied Wang Wei. But you should understand that you need to be able to pull your weight in this alliance. I understand. Our human race has always been about self-improvement and self-reliance. We only need an opportunity, quickly replied Hongwa. Very well, nodded Wang Wei. So this is what I'm going to do. I will seal this world, preventing any outsiders from entering. I will also place a time acceleration formation around the entire world, giving you enough time to become stronger and develop your world. The seal won't last long, but I hope by the time it's removed, You have become a worthy partner of this alliance. Hongwo was shocked, and all she could think about was whether he could do such a thing. Pardon me for intervening, said Chancellor Ko, who stepped up. I don't mean to be rude, but how much should we be reassured by that seal? I won't say no one can enter, but the number of people capable of breaking through it in the lower dimension can only be counted on one finger. Chancellor K's lips twitched, and he almost wanted to say this man was a liar. However, his intuition and the aura he felt from Wang Wei were telling him it was true. That's excellent news. Can we leave the seal before it expires? Yes, you won't be protected outside of it, replied Wang Wei, and the Chancellor was all right with this result. Although the lower realm will probably suffer in the meantime, it won't be an issue once the human emperor increases her strength along with the entire world. There won't be any problem accessing the source chi space? He asked, wanting confirmation. No problem. That's all I wanted to know. He bowed politely before stepping back amongst the crowds of ministers. Tao of Wisdom? An interesting Tao, thought Wang Wei as he looked at this chancellor. He removed his gaze and looked toward Honghua. The world is about to enter an age of chaos and prosperity. Your world is naturally weak, which is both a downside and an opportunity, declared Wang Wei. If the world were not so weak, it would not be so easy for someone of Hong's strength to establish the heavenly court. I understand, she said, and Wang Wei chatted with her briefly before disappearing. The next step was signing the contract for the alliance and the details. Once everything is finished, Wang Wei's power that he left will be activated, placing the seal and formation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 996, What is your choice? Wang Wei opened his eyes in the heavenly court. The first step of the alliance has been established. Next, people like Shi Qian and Shi Shangyin should be excellent allies. He muttered to himself before waving his hand, and a screen appeared before him. The screen was dark for a few seconds before a young man manifested above. I thought you had forgotten about our deal. I am a man of my word. Since I said I would help, then I won't go back on my mind. Wang Wei glanced at Liang Shixian opposite him. The latter appeared not to have changed since their last encounter during Gu Xian's deception trial. However, he could see signs of tiredness and worries hidden behind the latter's body language and micro-expressions. So, have you created the new path? He asked excitedly. No, I've only set up the first stage. Oh, I thought it was finally completed. No, I just wanted to reassure you that I wouldn't break my words. It's okay. Remember to contact me when you're finished. Wang Wei nodded before closing the communication. Trouble amongst the divine race? After thinking about it for a while, he realized such a situation was inevitable. After Feng Heng removed the absolute beginning magic that targeted faith and the divine race, their next step should be to return to the world. However, they've been isolated for so long that they no longer have a homeland. Scattering themselves to multiple world communities will drastically weaken their power, and Wang Wei guessed some elders or people in power do not want this to happen. If remember correctly, there was internal fighting amongst them between the younger and older generation. Things should have escalated by now. He shook his head as he did not care about the trouble of their race. Wang Wei waved his hand to send multiple talismans that rushed to different corners of the world. He walked out of his room, looking at the mostly empty court. He raised his eyes to glance at the universe above. After his visit to the Star Beast world, he created a starry sky universe as a decoration for the heavenly court, making it more beautiful than it used to be. As such, the stars are extremely elegant at night. He soon arrived at a pool in the court and began fishing. A few minutes later, 6 people showed up. Lin Fan, Jian Wushuang, Jin Biu, Jing Wuhua, Yang Guowei, and in general everyone looked at each other and guessed the criteria for being summoned. Wang Wei raised his head to look at these people across the pond. With a glance, he could feel the myriad of emotions they were experiencing. Awe, respect, fear, regret, and shame. "Wait a while since not everyone is here yet," commanded Wang Wei before a portal appeared before him, floating above the lake. "Where is Shao Song's body?" Aoshin was shocked at first before swiftly composing himself. Without hesitation, he took out a decrepit body that was on the verge of collapsing. The Baishi clan did not want anything to do with him, so I had to keep him alive in this state. Wang Wei did not comment on Aoshin's words. With the latter's strength, it should not be a problem to heal Shao Songshi. However, since his command was only to keep the latter alive, he had technically fulfilled his promise. Shao Song's body flew out of the portal before closing. Wang Wei pointed at him, and the Tao of life and death began to work its magic. In a few seconds, his body returned to its peak state, including his damaged bloodline source. Shao Songshi was groggy and disoriented, not knowing his surroundings. However, before he could have time to acclimate, a large amount of information about the world's changes appeared in his mind. Wang Wei left everybody's side while still in a daze as he continued his work. He pointed forward, and a projection manifested as the 8 individuals appeared. However, he soon sensed a terrifying killing intent and looked at the source. Lin Fan, who was the weakest here with his divine altar cultivation, looked at Suya with a passion that could burn the world. "Where am I?" asked Suya, looking at her surroundings as her natural black hair floated with the wind. "You're still sealed, but I've summoned your consciousness." She looked at him, perplexed for a moment. "So, you were the final winner?" "Yes, but a lot more has happened since then," explained Wang Wei before transmitting a lot of information about recent events in her mind. "So, that's how it is," she muttered as her hair turned into a beautiful rainbow. She glanced at Lin Fan, her eyes calm and composed, almost indifferent. Finally, her gaze shifted back to Wang Wei, waiting for him to continue. "I've summoned all of you to give you an opportunity. Well, it should be described more as a choice." He paused as he felt these people's bodies tense. He knew some of them probably thought he summoned them here to eliminate future competitors for the Tao opening sect. "I will give you a chance to prove the Tao in this generation." Everyone quieted down, not knowing whether this was a joke or not. Logically speaking, someone of the Heavenly Emperor's standing should not make such a joke, but they could not feel this was true. "Your Majesty, is this true?" asked Jian Wushuang, the first to respond. He remembered the words of his ancestors that he might have a chance in this generation. He finally knew what the latter meant. "Yes, but you said this was a choice." "What do you mean?" asked Lin Fan. "There is no free launch in this world. You must pay a price if you want to use my method." Everyone's guard that was lowered immediately reached the highest point. Such a word was ominous, especially coming from him. "Can you not act like these old people and tell us things directly?" said Suya, almost rolling his eyes. Wang Wei smiled in return. It was rare to see someone not care about his status and speak to him like this. She seems to have not accepted his status yet, so her mind is still young and reckless. "What do you know about the upper dimension?" No one said anything. Although they knew some information, it was not nearly enough to be considered knowledgeable. As you can imagine, it's a vast world where the limit of cultivation is not the Emperor realm. However, 9 people have usurped control of everything, going as far as preventing others from reaching higher realms. Some people frowned as this was bad news for them. In the stage of their cultivation journey, they also began to look at higher realms and greater accomplishments. The situation is complex, but you have to know that 7 of them are the main antagonists. They are the main ones responsible for blocking everybody's path. "Excuse me, Your Majesty," said Lin Fan. "Honestly, your information does not add up. Where are our ancestors who ascended? They just allowed these people to usurp the entire world?" Unfortunately, a prior massive event killed all of them or forced them to stay in limbo, unable to revive themselves. Their faces changed. The upper dimension ancestors should be their backers for when they ascend. They know very well the importance of a powerful background in the cultivation world. "Like I said, the situation is complicated, and I don't know much," explained Wang Wei. a mediocre attempt at reassuring them. So, do we come into this equation? Asked Jinbai. Based on my few words, you can tell the complexity of the upper dimension. So, how could the people allow themselves to be oppressed without fighting back? There is a rebellion? Asked Suya. Yes, and I have come to an agreement with them. You will ascend, and they will provide you with a heaven will. In return, you have to fight and support their cause. No one said anything, as this news required time to process and analyze. More than 5 minutes later, Jinbiu asked the first question. Does the upper dimension have heaven will that can be exchanged like a commodity? Yes, it's much easier to prove the Tao there than here. What about our factions? What should we do about them? Asked Lin Fan. Do you mean the one here or up there? Both. These people fear the revival of our ancestors, so the situation of our factions up there is not the best, so it's best to avoid them or only contact them secretly, explained Wang Wei. As for the one in the lower dimension, I have made a deal with true heavenly Tao. You can descend briefly to preach and leave an emperor artifact and array for your respective faction. As for things like Immortal Mansion and Grand Tao Source Seed, you can send them later, but there will be a limit. Everyone had different thoughts once they understood the situation. The majority favored this outcome. Only they know how painful it is to see their peers rise to such a level of strength and status, and the worst part is they cannot show any dissatisfaction and accept their failures and weaknesses. I want to know what's on it for you? Asked Suya. These people are blocking my path to pursue the Tao. I'm sending you early to pave the way for when I ascend. With your talents, once given the opportunity to shine, it should not cause them major problems. Then, when I arrive, I can use the building blocks you've established to end their reign. Suya did not entirely believe these words. He guessed these guys must have received some benefits. Most likely, he was the one who sold them in the first place. She rolled her eyes. So, we are just the opening, and you're the main show. Hey, if you can deal with them and ensure I don't have to do anything, I would be more than happy. No one said anything. Despite their defeat and accepting they were inferior to the current Wang Wei, that was only because of the missed opportunity. If they were allowed to stand on the same level as him, none would readily admit they were inferior. After all, they had long understood that one defeat did not mean everything, and being ahead in the game did not indicate that it was over. Wang Wei secretly smiled when he saw their reactions. Geniuses were naturally prideful, so how could they readily admit defeat? With such a mindset and me not being present to breathe above their heads, they should work hard to change the situation of the upper dimension. He did not believe these people would remain loyal to the revolution. However, his goal will be achieved as long as they see the parasites as the enemy. So, what's your choice? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 997 Another Battle? I accept, said Yin Zhen directly, focusing all eyes on him. Oh, I'm surprised. I thought you would be one of the people I needed to convince, said Wang Wei. I have reached the limit in the body refining path. If I want an opportunity to grow and improve, I will not hesitate to take it. Wang Wei understood. Yin Zhen was unlike him in that his body refining path still had plenty of potential to tap. In Yin Zhen's current situation, progress must be extremely difficult and slow, so he did not hesitate after receiving this opportunity. As for his obsession with creating the best body refining technique and defeating the desolate emperor, to Yin Zhen, ascending to the upper dimension and accessing their resources was the perfect step to achieve his goal. I'm glad you can make this choice. I still have some worries, added Yin Zhen. I walk the path of pure body refining. Will that be a problem? No, on the contrary, with your talent, it will make you more valuable. Can I ask why? Pure body refiners have a short lifespan, but it's an exchange for a rapid cultivation rate. If a pure body refiner is talented enough and has enough resources, they can quickly open the gate of power and reach a cultivation level compared to Empyreans. The next cultivation realm. Most people do not have the talent, so they died of old age before opening the gate. However, with your talent, as long as you can convince the revolution to sponsor the resources you need or maybe secretly get it from your sect in the upper dimension, you can quickly become one of the most powerful people in the revolution. Is that so? Muttered Yin, feeling his decision was correct. Wang Wei saw his reactions and swiftly warned him. You should be careful. As I said, Empyreans are the core of this movement, so not everyone is willing to see foreigners become so powerful so quickly. So, you should consider the political aspect of this movement. I understand. Yin was not stupid, so he understood not to trust these people too much since they were mainly in a cooperative relationship. He also understood the concept of not putting all his eggs in one basket. I also accept, said Jian Wushuang, and Wang Wei looked at how excited he was and secretly smiled. He understood the main source of his excitement? His father's new sword path. Jian Wushuang probably thought he might have a chance to acquire the destiny for this new path and spread it in the upper dimension, taking advantage of Wang Wei and Wang Tian's absence. This guy is too naive, analyzed Wang Wei. The current situation of the upper dimension left no room for such improvement. Furthermore, spreading the ultimate sword path in the upper dimension was 1,000 times harder. Countless swordsmen have followed the extreme sword path for millions of yuan epochs, if not more. How could these people easily abandon their path, which is part of their core spiritual beliefs? Even if it were abundant to them that this new path was the trend of heaven and earth and the best of the two, these paragons? Who disdained all things in the universe, would rather destroy the world than accept they were wrong. In the mindset of these people, they were correct and heaven and earth were wrong. Since that was the case, they'll change heaven and earth. Without the proper strength and terrifying background, the only fate awaiting Jian Wushuang is death. Of course, Wang Wei does not know how powerful the sword-casting villa is in the upper dimension, so he cannot comment on this aspect. However, he knew it was futile for the current Jian Wushuang to spread this new path, even if he became an eternal emperor. I also accept the offer, said Jingwu Hua. This was the perfect opportunity to see and help his father. Are you sure? Your father might prefer it if you stayed in the lower dimension? Asked Wang Wei. I'm sure. What about you? Asked Wang Wei, looking at Yang Guowei. I don't know what to do. Your situation is indeed special, nodded Wang Wei. All accounts showed Yang Guowei's father, the 9 sons emperors, had succumbed to the parasites. Maybe the latter is just pretending, but there is no proof of that yet. So, the revolution will have reservations about training him. Plus, it did not help that he did not have a high background in the upper dimension. I will give them my words to reassure them. However, you should understand your fate if you make me break my words? Yang Guowei's body trembled as he immediately knelt. I promise not to humiliate you. Wang Wei nodded. He controlled the source of karma, so Yang Guowei's words were enough for a binding contract. If the latter truly betrayed them, the revolution does not need to do something, and he will suffer. You can get up. Wang Wei needed to use Yang Guowei to find his father. His grandfather's Dao heart still needs to be completed. What about the rest of you? I agree, replied Xiao Songshi blandly. After losing his battle, the Baishi clan abandons him, resulting in his mother and sister almost dying. But I also have a request. Wang Wei motioned for him to continue. Please take care of my family for me. Once I return, I will repay my gratitude to His Majesty. That's fine, nodded Wang Wei, and Xiao Songshi felt relieved. Crazy light flashed in his eyes as he became more somber. Wang Wei glanced at him before focusing on the others. I accept the offer, said Jinbiyu. Her enemy was in the upper dimension, which was the perfect opportunity to eliminate Emperor Five Heart's shadow and sublimate her Dao heart to the highest level. Then, there is also the unique weapon in the latter's hands. She also wants it. That only leaves you two, said Wang Wei, and Lin Fan side-glanced at Suya. I accept the offer but must also discuss it with my family first. That's fine, but you won't have much time, nodded Wang Wei before focusing on Suya. I'm sorry, but I have to reject. Can I ask why? I want to sit on your throne and be praised by all sentient beings as the heavenly emperor, replied Suya truthfully. Everyone looked at her, but they understood her choice. Many of them previously hesitated for the same reason but ultimately decided that the position of heavenly emperor was the legacy of Wang Wei, their former competitor. If they compete for it in future generations, they will forever have his success, accomplishment, and stigma lording over their heads. So, the best way to continue remaining peers and competitors is to start over somewhere else before restarting their rivalry. That's a bold, ambitious, and yet understandable choice, uttered Wang Wei. Unlike most of the others, Suya had already given up in this generation, so she was not as affected by the competition. As such, he understood her choice. Jian Wushuang was similar to her, but he woke up early and saw the final battle. Adding to his misguided ambitions, he made the same choice as the others. Are you sure about this? You are now a mortal enemy of Lin Fan. By the time you ascend, who knows how powerful he will be? Aren't you worried he will take revenge? Asked Wang Wei with a smile. I'm not. And why is that? Background, she replied. No matter how talented Emperor Kong was, I do not believe his foundation in the upper dimension is better than my In Moon Palace in such a short period. So, when I ascend, I can rely on my seniors for protection. Lin Fan clenched his hands after hearing this, but Wang Wei laughed out loud. You have a point, but I think you've underestimated Emperor Kong's abilities, said Wang Wei with a weird smile. Lin Fan saw hope while Suya frowned slightly. Does this guy know something? However, Suya did not focus too much on this aspect. She abides by her choice and remains confident in her ancestors. I respect your choice, nodded Wang Wei as he waved his hand and she disappeared. As for the rest of you, be prepared for my call and always be in the best state. Wang Wei was about to end this meeting when someone else had something to say. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion, suddenly added Lin Fan. What is it? How about a battle between us before we ascend? A small-scale heaven will battle, if you will. That's not a bad idea, said Wang Wei. Competition is the best way to push yourself to the limit. This method would also activate your luck and destiny and even push it higher. We could also broadcast the battle to the world through the dream world, preparing people for the upcoming list competitions. How do you guys feel about this suggestion? These people immediately agreed. Such a battle was the perfect farewell to the world and also the best way for them to stay in the best condition possible. Excellent. You can leave to prepare. Once this battle finishes, I will send you to the upper dimension. Everyone immediately left. They needed to tell their factions about this development while also preparing for this upcoming battle. And I will not write this small heaven will battle except for 1 or 2 battles. However, I might not even write one of them. The previous volume almost killed me due to the stress of writing so many consecutive battles and thinking of so many techniques. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 998 Everyone's Thoughts and Reactions. Another ambitious one, muttered Wang Wei as he shook his head. After the final battle, all of Di Tian's sleeper general died while the others essentially became captives, except for Di Jiaying who ran away. However, the latter immediately entered a cultivation retreat after running away and abandoning her king. Wang Wei did not immediately summon her to disturb her retreat, so after the meeting, he summoned her consciousness without affecting her retreat. However, as he expected before asking her, Di Jiaying refused his offer. Her reason was the same as Suya, so Wang Wei did not insist. Afterward, he walked to the court's training ground. He saw the Devil's Legions but did not care about them. He came to see the busy Wu Ming, asking him if he wanted this opportunity. This is not for me, replied Wu Ming directly. Something told me it would be the case, but I still want to know why. My own priority is to ensure the Wu clan can prosper for as long as possible. And you can do that by proving the Tao, countered Wang Wei. If it were a typical emperor, that would be fine. But the clan needs to establish the foundation for future prosperity. Leaving a single emperor foundation is not enough. Wu Ming knew what the clan needed, and a single emperor would not change much, especially since he knew his talent. According to his calculations, he would be lucky to become an eternal. So, the best course of action is for him to lay down the foundation for the Wu clan and the Origin Rune Palace so that his descendants can cultivate a true heavenly emperor. With the connection and trust he has built with Wang Wei, his clan and faction will be protected and have access to plenty of opportunities to rise and prosper. He would lose a far greater chance if he left than having one great emperor. I don't know whether I should praise your dedication or scorn your lack of personal ambitions, sighed Wang Wei. How many people can give up immortality, not for more power but for the rise of their family and clan? Wang Wei truly respected Wu Ming regardless of how people, the world, or history will see him. Wu Ming only smiled after hearing this. Ever since he heard what happened to his ancestor, he felt a sense of mission to revive the Wu clan. His dream or goal has always been to ensure the clan reached the potential or power they should have achieved had their ancestor been the one who proved the Tao and became the array ancestor. In that case, you can continue your work. Tong Ruobing has agreed to help us finish the totem warrior, but don't be in a hurry to ask for help. Wu Ming nodded as he understood the implications. Do whatever is needed to reduce how much benefit Tong Ruobing will receive once the project is finished. Wang Wei left the room, gazing into the distance. It's time to activate Gao Buchan's chess piece. The promise of this opportunity is the best way to motivate the latter to act as the Tao opening sex torn in the battle spirit world. After all, benefit has always been the eternal theme of the cultivation world. Once he becomes a heavenly emperor, Gao Buchan and his battle artifact villa will be crucial to hindering their power. Wang Wei sent the message to activate Gao Buchan, asking for the sect to send a protective detail back to the battle spirit world. He sent Desolate One, who has achieved eternal strength, to return to the battle artifact villa. With talismans containing my power for emergencies, he should be fine, thought Wang Wei before returning to his cultivation room to continue his body training. The people in his world will be the first trial for the exchange. If this one is successful and everyone is happy, he will target the losers of the other heaven worlds. Although he doubted there would be as many talents as the Myriad Emperor world, this generation is an ultimate glorious age, so eternal talents should appear everywhere in the lower dimension. And all these people are resources in his eyes. Emperor Enlightening Academy. So, that's the opportunity he wanted to give, sighed Su Shi. Are you sure about your choice? Yes. Not even tempted by the heavenly emperor position? It would be a lie if I said I wasn't. However, sitting in the position always felt like accepting he was better than us, becoming nothing but shadows in his brilliant light. I know that logically speaking, the chances of reaching his heights are minuscule, bordering on almost impossible, but I don't want to give up no matter how small the probability. I understand. No one who can call themselves heaven chosen is not arrogant, full of ambitions, and has a state of mind to be the best at whatever they do. It's in their nature to look at despair and the impossible in the eyes and still challenge it. I will help you, she continued, but you must understand that this will not change things between us. You still have to make a choice. Lin Fan smiled wryly. From their sessions with Xian, he understood their situation resulted in a power imbalance in their relationship. He believes that proving the Tao and becoming an eternal emperor will alleviate the situation. At the very least, he will have more options. I understand, nodded Lin Fan. He had already made a choice but was still hesitant. However, after proving the Tao, he thinks he will have a better chance of convincing her. Su Shi looked at him but did not say anything. You don't have much time, so your incarnations do not have much time to grow. At this rate, you might fail, although a failed 9 extremity is still valuable. Lin Fan frowned as he took out 8 other orbs. His wife used her time Tao to find how Wang Wei cultivated his 9 extremity and recreated it by creating special worlds for her. Is there a solution? We have to use a more extreme measure, explained Su Shi. I will accelerate time to the fastest speed possible. However, you're still immortal, so there is a limit you can bear, even with my protection. After absorbing the heaven will, even if your body has hidden problems, they will be fixed. However, don't expect to achieve a perfect 9-extremity foundation. Is there really to achieve perfection? Not in the moral realm. But you can later reestablish your foundation, but such an act is dangerous, and I mean danger of death? Even for an eternal. Am not afraid of death. Lin Fan only cared that there was a way. Su Shi looked at him with dilated pupils. Yes, why am I afraid of death and hesitant about reestablishing my foundation? Isn't it just death? After hearing his words, she removed her last bit of reservation and began to plan for her future. With how bleak things sound in the upper dimension, it's best to be as strong as possible. Despite this realization, Su Shi was not prepared to survive the death tribulation for reforging her foundation in the lower dimension. For such an event, it's best to have a senior and more powerful individual, for example, Emperor Kong, as her guide and protector. Considering the resources needed for this process, this line of thought was ideal. In that case, let's begin, announced Su Shi. Sword-casting Villa, you've made the right choice, but are you sure about your ambitions? Asked Jiansha. I don't know much about the upper dimension, but I can guess how much more complex things are compared to here. Now that I've calmed down, I realize the severity of the situation. However, this is a great opportunity, one I'm not willing to pass on, replied Jian Wushuang. So, let's see how things are first after I ascend. Destinies can be fought for, but you must also bear certain destinies. Jian Wushuang knew he, alone, could not bear the weight of the ultimate sword path's destiny. However, it will be a completely different thing if he has the support of the sword-casting villa in the upper dimension. As long as you understand what you're getting yourselves into, I'm satisfied, nodded Jiansha before discussing how to proceed. Body Dao Cave, are you sure about your decision? Yes. No one has ever successfully passed the ancestors' trial. If you fail, only death awaits you. I'm ready, replied in general. If it were up to him, he would have accessed the trial long ago. Unfortunately, he was from an old era with little to no political power in this generation. If not for the recent development and the support of one of the ancestors, these people might never agree to open the trial for him. The trial has many levels, so although no one has ever completed it, the ones who passed, even one of them, benefited immensely. With his talent, many believed he might be the first to pass all the trials successfully, and some did not want to see him succeed. As you wish. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 999 Everyone's Thoughts and Reactions. 2. After Yang Guowei returned to his clan, he did not reveal the truth about leaving for the upper dimension. He was unsure about his future, so he did not want to give his clan any false hope. So, he only told them about the mini-heaven will battle and that he would do a secret task for the Heavenly Emperor. Afterward, he prepared for the battle. During the previous one, he did not even have an opportunity to perform and show the world what he was capable of. He also hopes to change people's opinion of him after associating with these traitors for so long. Someone had a similar reaction to Yang Guowei? Jingwu Hua. After returning to her clan, she did not say much about the deal. After the issue with the Emperor Bone, she had never truly trusted these people. So, she used some false excuse while also telling them about the battle. Meanwhile, Jingwu Hua focused on preparing for her ascension. She was finally able to see her father for a long time and even had the chance to help him. So, her performance cannot be as poor as the previous battle. I must prove the Tao and become an eternal. Only this way can I make Daddy proud and be able to help him, thought Jingwu Hua with firm eyes before concentrating on her cultivation. Great Yi Dynasty. Xiao Songshi had reunited with his family. He saw the white streak in his mother's hair and his sister's thin body. He reassured them by smiling, hugging, and telling them jokes. However, no one saw his hidden trembling body. That night, according to the palace ladies, Xiao Songxi learned that his mother, the Empress Dowager, had the best sleep in a few centuries. Meanwhile, the princess did not have to take pills to calm down and forced herself to enter a meditating state and cultivate. Xiao Songxi walked to his cultivation room. After his disappearance, the Great Yi dynasty was on the verge of collapsing. They would not have survived if not for the rise of the heavenly court and the new peace and order in the world. Under such a situation, he should have assembled his ministers and dealt with countless problems. But he did not care. After being alone, Xiao Songso no longer hid his anger as he destroyed everything in the room. Luckily, he activated the arrays to prevent his power or any sound from leaking. Bai Shi clan, you wait. I promise to eradicate you from this world, he said with gritted teeth. After this incident, he realized these people never treated him as one of their own despite his bloodline being purer than 99% of them. After his defeat, it did not matter he was once their patriarch. He was useless since he no longer had any benefit to give them. What a bunch of poor side people, he sneered. But it doesn't matter. After this opportunity, I will make all of you pay. He closed his eyes and began a retreat. He did not have much time, so it was pointless to waste in mindless anger. 5-element balance palace. Are you sure about your decision? Asked Purity one of the most powerful insurgents in the palace. He wore a green Taoist robe, holding a horsetail whisk while caressing his long beard. Yes, she has too much influence on my mind, so the quicker she is removed, the more reassured I will feel. That's fine. I'm sorry I could not help us get the Heavenly Emperor position, said Jinbiyu. It's okay. Let's just let nature take its course, and eventually one of us will succeed, replied Purity one. Thank you for your trust. Go prepare. Ask me if you need anything. Jinbiyu entered a retreat to prepare for the upcoming events. Immediately after she left, a few more Taoist priests appeared behind Purity one. Are we sure she's trustworthy? Asked someone. We have all checked, so there should be no problem. Even so, since we chose to trust her, there is no point in hesitating, chimed in Star One. Plus, if she succeeds, we can return to the central continent. Everybody's eyes lit up. With their 7th emperor and one that is an eternal emperor, they can ignore the pressure of the Tai Profound Gate, return to the central continent, and fight for the leadership position of Taoism. Their factions have been waiting for that moment for too long. I still believe we should be more wary, warned the previous insurgent. Her main personality is very intelligent, added Purity one. If the news about the upper dimension is true, she should understand better than us the need for a powerful background. So, as long as she does not want to become a loose cultivator in such a politically charged and dangerous environment, there is no need to worry about extra things. Is it really good to rely on something like that for her loyalty? Why not? In this world, is there a bond more powerful than one based on sharing benefits? Origin Pill Dao Sect. Yi Lao caressed his temple as he sent all the sect elders away. Ever since the Expo, he had never had a moment of peace. Countless alchemists from his sect and the Alchemy Alliance have complained to him about the new cauldron. All of them had one problem: fear their status and power would be reduced. He tried to reassure these people that things would not be so extreme since the cauldron could not access their unique pill recipe. He also told them to adapt to the changing times, switching from production and focusing more on research and development. However, these alchemists wanted only one thing: the destruction or removal of the cauldron. But what can Yi Lao do about this? Could he walk up to the Heavenly Emperor and demand the latter to do his bidding? The worst part about this situation was that a few members of his own sect were asking that they terminate their alliance with the Tao Opening sect because of this event. Yi Lao has never been so angry in his life, wishing he could whip all these people. Can't these people not see the situation? Anyone associated with the Heavenly Emperor will rise and prosper, and only a terrible fate awaits anyone who stands in his way. I'm too old for this, complained Yi Lao. I should be enjoying my retirement. He exhaled deeply before looking in one direction, His eyes were filled with sadness, pity, and hope. He shook his head to concentrate before gathering the information from one of the hundreds of talismans before him. Yi Lao immediately frowned. "Another bad news," he muttered. Fu Kaiyun was in retreat as he vowed to become the second person in the world to master immortal runes and refine an immortal pill. Yi Lao knew the consequences if the latter succeeded. The power he spent so much acquiring would be drastically weakened. In other words, Fu Kaiyun will make a comeback. With his talent, it's not impossible for him to succeed, thought Yi Lao, who immediately felt like a hot flame was under his butt. Sadly, his alchemy talent was nowhere near Fu Kaiyun, and he was stuck dealing with the sect's political matters. If only Chang'er could. He sighed while gazing in the distance for a moment. He focused on his work, wondering how he should act. His first instinct was to intervene in Fu Kaiyun's retreat, but he knew this was the worst method. The latter still had many supporters amongst the ancestors, and his actions could have severe consequences. Furthermore, Fu Kaiyun was most likely using the dream world for his retreat. Should I cut his funding? The simulation of immortal pills requires a great deal of dream coins, and Fu Kaiyun alone cannot provide such resources alone. However, after thinking about it, Yi Lao decided this tactic was also out of the question. Fu Kaiyun was still one of the best quasi-emperor tier alchemists in the world, so gathering more dream coins with his saved wealth, the support of a few ancestors, and refining pills for others was not a problem. More importantly, he did not want rumors that another internal strife was happening in the sect, thus ruining their reputation and chi luck. The best solution is for someone else to refine the pill before Fu Kaiyun. Only one person in the entire sect fits this description? His disciple Lu Cheng. However, Yi Lao was lost in his mind for a few seconds. I should talk to him. He concentrated on his work. Luckily, not all news was terrible. The rise of Ho Shi and material alchemy brought many benefits to their sect, and will continue to do so if they play their cards correctly. So, he did not hesitate to assign more resources to her, including access to the sect's emperor scriptures, secret recipes, hidden trials, and lectures from powerful alchemists. Once he finished dealing with the sect's affairs, he rushed to his disciple's mountain to see if he could talk some sense into him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1000 Experiment. Yi Lao walked into a dark and damp room. He saw his other disciple, Lan Ling, waiting at the entrance of one of the rooms. "How is he?" he asked, his steps becoming more brisk as he rushed over. "He's getting worse," she said, not hiding the worry in her eyes. "He's been in there for over a week and refused to see me." Yi Lao frowned as he noticed his apprentice's downward spiral ever since the Heavenly Emperor proved the Tao and crowned himself. Ever since that day, he became more reclusive, stopped paying attention to the sect's affairs, and only focused on refining pills. At first, Yi Lao did not pay much attention to this behavior since he knew Lu Cheng's goal. He believed it may not be a bad idea to give 100% of his focus on that pill. However, as time passed, as the latter received more news from the outside, his situation worsened at a speed observable to the naked eye. Then, things take a turn for the worse after hearing about Yen Liling's creation of the immortal rune system. It was a bad idea to tell him the news, sighed Yi Lao, full of guilt and sadness. They had noticed Lu Cheng was very sensitive to any news related to the Heavenly Emperor. As such, they hesitated on whether to tell him the latest news. However, Yi Lao was worried about Fu Kaiyun and wanted his disciple to use his talent and quickly suppress the latter's resurrection of power. Sadly, his ambitions aggravated his disciple's situation. Yi Lao took a deep breath before walking into the room. He could not describe the emotions that blasted into his soul as he saw Lu Cheng's state. The young man was now extremely thin, with disheveled hair and burned clothes. His eyes were bloodshot, and he kept pulling his hair full of white streaks. Yi Lao knew that a cultivator's appearance sometimes relates to their state of mind. Some people age instantly after experiencing a terrible event, even when they have millions of years of lifespan. Not good. His Dao heart is almost non-existent, reaching the point he's going mad, thought Yi Lao as he rushed over. He forced a few pills down Lu Cheng's throat, but the latter only kept repeating the phrase, "Why me?" like he was a broken record. Yi Lao held his most proud disciple in his arm, and his heart ached as he saw how unresponsive the latter was. He shook Lu Cheng, hoping his mindless action could return some sense to the young man. Alas, his effort was futile. "It's my fault," Yi Lao muttered. His ambition and desire for power pushed his disciple over the edge. "Master, you should not blame yourself." Yi Lao stiffly turned his head to see Lan Ling looking at them with uncontrollable tears dripping down her eyes. He secretly sighed. She placed his well-being above her even in this situation? She was such a kind soul. Yi Lao fed Lu Cheng a potent sleeping pill before embracing Lan Ling and leaving the room. "Master, what should we do?" I don't know," replied Yi Lao, who was, in fact, lying. In this situation, only one person could help his disciple, and that person is the cause of his downfall. However, there is also a chance that his presence would escalate the situation and make it worse. Not to mention how he could justify asking the latter for help. "Master, if you have a way, don't hesitate." Yi Lao looked at her. Yes, although she was always quiet and unseen, she was also the most clever of all his disciples. It's just that her personality that hid her unique traits. "Languor, you know it's not that simple." Lan Ling sobbed even louder after hearing this. Yi Lao rushed over to reassure her, and he did not stop until more than half an hour later. "I should keep an eye on him," muttered Lan Ling after regaining her composure. "No need. Primordial chaos, primordial god world." A young man dressed in a black robe with flame patterns embroidered, long flowing black hair, perfectly chiseled jaw opened his purple eyes. His action immediately raised the temperature of this entire normal chaos world by a few degrees. All the top creatures of this world immediately knew that man had awakened for some reason, and this idea immediately made them feel scared. They hoped someone was not stupid enough to confront him. "Did something happen?" muttered the Flame Emperor. His intuition warned him something detrimental to his plans and success had happened. So, without hesitation, a gray flame composed of strings appeared in his pupil. "Huh?" muttered the Flame Emperor as he discovered something. The danger of returning home has reduced exponentially. Did something happen to these two? He never dared return to his home because of the danger he always sensed. But now, his calculations tell him he won't have much issue as long as he remains low-key and hidden. The idea of returning home momentarily enticed the Flame Emperor. However, he shook his head after a few seconds. "There is no point in jumping into that pool of chaos when I have my own path to follow. However, it seems that I need to contact Lu Cheng." He grunted as he realized the danger of his action. The lower dimension was blocked, so contacting the latter will cost significantly. More importantly, his actions might alarm people he did not want to know of his existence. Is he worth it? However, he did not think for more than 10 seconds before deciding. The gray flame in his eyes danced for a moment before he took out an all-white pill and closed his eyes. The river of time appeared around him, and a few seconds later, the pill disappeared. Eternal Ascension World, Lower Dimension, Myriad Emperor World, Origin Pill Dao Sect. An illusory Flame Emperor appeared in Lu Cheng's house. He immediately frowned after seeing the latter's state. He pointed at the sleeping Lu Cheng, awakening him from his slumber. "It's you?" yelled Lu Cheng as a manic aura encapsulated him. However, another aura soon soothed his mood, returning to a calm atmosphere. "Have you calmed down?" asked the Flame Emperor. "Barely," gritted Lu Cheng, and the Flame Emperor said nothing. Instead, he paused as he looked around. A look of realization dawned on him. "So, you're in this terrible state because of him?" Lu Cheng said nothing for a few seconds. "Why didn't you choose him?" Or better yet, that woman, his sister. He's not a pure alchemist, so he was removed. As for her, the Flame Emperor remembered the little girl he saw after scanning the world. She's indeed a talent, one I've seen only a few times in my life. However, her background is too complicated, and I don't want complications. So it's true. You chose me because I was an easier pawn to control, sneered Wuchia. He did not know where he had gained the courage to speak to this man like this, but he did not care. His life was falling apart, so he was fearless before his last moment. The Flame Emperor looked at him, disregarding his rude behavior and words. You're overthinking things. What does that mean? What is it you think I'm trying to achieve? Control me? Make me your puppet? Or kill me after refining the pill for you? And why would I do that? Continued the Flame Emperor. Because I've already proven the Tao, so the pill is useless to me. Maybe you lie about its true purpose. Like I said, you're overthinking things, sighed the Flame Emperor. I don't care about the pill. My purpose is the aftermath after this pill is refined. I don't understand what you mean. It'll be more direct. I'm doing an experiment to gather information about something. Don't ask what it is. You would not understand even if I told you. You're one of the many people I chose to help me with this experiment. Once you succeed, nothing will happen to you besides benefiting. Wuchia frowned. Doesn't that mean I'm still a pawn in your experiment? You could see that way, or you could see it as a transaction. I gave you my inheritance, and you prospered because of it. Participating in the experiment is how you repay my karma. Wuchia's furrowed eyebrows relaxed. Why don't you refine the pill yourself? I need information about a mortal refining the pill, said the Flame Emperor directly. I see, muttered Wuchia. I still feel you should have chosen him or someone else. The Flame Emperor shook his head but did not say anything. He knew Wang Wei had a high chance of figuring out his plan, and once he knew, the Tao opening sect in the upper dimension would soon know. He was not willing to reveal that to anyone, let alone such a powerful faction. Even Wuchia's choice was risky because of his connection to the pill ancestor. Any more questions? Happy 1000th chapter. Thanks for all the love and support. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1001 Gifts. No. That's all I wanted to know, stuttered Wuchia as the adrenaline in his brain faded out, and he realized how he was behaving before a great emperor. No, maybe a being even more supreme and noble than a great emperor. Sweat immediately fell down his back. There is no need to panic, reassured the Flame Emperor. Your Majesty, I apologize for my rude behavior. It's okay. The Flame Emperor did not blame him. He knew Wuchia was not a heaven chosen, so it was understandable his Tao heart and state of mind were subpar. Wuchia exhaled deeply after hearing this. However, soon, he felt awkward since he did not know what to say. I don't have much time, but I have a few things for you, continued the Flame Emperor. The first one is a piece of advice. I'm all ears. There is no need to live in Wang Wei's shadow. He did not live your life better than you. He merely showed you the hidden potential you had all along. Wuchia's torso involuntarily moved a few centimeters back after hearing these words. Is that true? I don't need to lie to you. True. He muttered, but he seemed in a daze, but the Flame Emperor did not stop. I have refined and updated the previous formula for the pill, and I will give it to you. I also added a bonus gift, and this one is for your Tao companion. Wuchia had a vast amount of knowledge, but he soon focused on how to raise the infatuation flower, also called the yin-yang love flower, to emperor grade. After the two acquired the flowers, he read all the information about them, including myths, legends, and rumors. So, Wuchia knew the implications behind these words when combined with the pill formula. The Flame Emperor raised his hand to condense a strange black and white flame that took the shape of a heart. This is the heart flame of samsara, one of the few things in the world that can heal damaged Tao heart and even temper it. After you refine it, your situation should be solved. The Flame Emperor did not fuse the flame to Lu Cheng's body but let it float before him. Embarrassed, Lu Cheng immediately used his divine sense to send the flame into his sea of consciousness. I have updated the illusion formation so that you can do a more efficient simulation. I also include some of my understanding of alchemy inside so you can take a look. Lu Cheng did not know what to say in this situation. This is my last gift for you, said the Flame Emperor as a black talisman manifested in his palm. The upper dimension is in chaos, and I doubt someone like you can survive the upcoming strife. So I advised you to activate this talisman, and it will send you and her somewhere safe. The Flame Emperor paused before saying, "It would be best to activate it before you ascend." "Why?" "There is a chance it might not work in the upper dimension." "Is that so?" "Wait, is the upper dimension in chaos?" "What happened?" asked Lu Cheng. "If you can refine that pill and prove the Tao, you can find out after asking him. If you fail, then it won't concern you. Anyway, you only need to keep my words in mind and make your decision." Lu Cheng looked at the talisman, and his face turned red. "I've received so much from you. How would I ever repay you?" "Like I said, you only need to refine that pill," replied the Flame Emperor calmly. "I will do my best. That's all I ask for. Don't be too impatient or put too much pressure on yourself. Even if you fail, it will still help," said the Flame Emperor calmly before disappearing. Lu Cheng exhaled deeply before walking out. Close to the door, he heard a sobbing sound that made his heart ache. He wanted to rush to that sound, but an overwhelming amount of guilt rushed into his mind. He stood in place for what felt like an eternity. Then, he heard these words, and a rush of unknown determination traveled across his body. "No need. Chenger, husband." Lu Cheng caught her in his arms, holding her tighter than he had ever done. "I'm sorry for putting you through all of this. I promise things will be better from now on. As long as you're okay," she sobbed. Yi Lao sighed in relief as he patted his disciple on the shoulder. He knew everything would be okay from now on. Primordial God World. The Flame Emperor opened his eyes. What a pain! Lu Cheng was lucky his value was worth all that trouble. The Flame Emperor checked the other worlds for all the candidates he chose. "I cannot rely only on him. I need more candidates from main source chaos worlds." The recent development of his experiment made him realize he needed information specifically from main source chaos worlds, where the power limit is half-step transcendence. Sadly, this was harder to accomplish than stated. After the ultimate taboo, many of these worlds now have one or more half-step transcendence. Meanwhile, the ones who did not were constantly invaded by foreign worlds because of how valuable they had become. The situation made it difficult for the Flame Emperor to secretly enter these worlds and find mortals with enough talent and background to refine the pill. The Flame Emperor looked in the distance. With Lu Cheng's personality, he should activate the talisman, thus dealing with the issue of his meeting with the pill ancestor. He disdained going back on his words or killing Lu Cheng, so this was the best solution he could come up with. The Flame Emperor closed his eyes, and the world immediately returned to its peaceful state. Countless people sighed in relief, praying to the heavens nothing happened to them. Eternal Ascension World, Great Chu Divine Dynasty, Pei Lang, who was still in his retreat room, suddenly opened his eyes. He felt something and did not waste time secretly leaving the room, leaving behind a clone in case of an emergency. As soon as he left, he had turned into a skinny scholar full of righteous chi. Pei Lang twisted the space, allowing him to teleport a distance that may not be quantifiable by numbers. Still, even then, he did not immediately reach his destination and had to twist the space countless times. His destination was a secret realm still in the territory of the Great Chu Divine Dynasty. After checking for any problem, Pei Lang entered the dimension where he saw what was calling him out. Pure white pill. Is that an immortal heart pill? He could not hide the shock in his mind as he saw this paragon-grade pill. This pill has always been rare and valuable in the Eternal Ascension world, even in the Golden Age, let alone in this terrible era. The pill's main purpose for its creation was to heal people during the immemorial tribulation when they were trying to become paragons. Later, it became a must-have healing pill for all paragons. Pei Lang could not control his excitement. He knew his tribulation wouldn't be simple with the existence of supreme unity. So, such a pill was precisely what he needed to deal with any situation. Calm. Calm down. Calm down, he repeated in his mind. I'm about to make a breakthrough and this rare pill appeared. Is this a trap or someone making a move, using me? The chess piece? In this game, if it's the former, he has to refuse that pill. However, if it's the latter, Pei Lang does not mind being used as a chess piece, especially since there are such benefits. Pei Lang looked at the pill deep in thought. His body suddenly changed into an elderly man dressed in sloppy clothes, looking like a beggar. He took out a tortoiseshell and began divination. The result of his divination was this opportunity was due to his luck. But Pei Lang was not reassured. The only person that could 100% reassure me should be Mother Maitreya. But it's impossible to contact her now. In that case, let's ask Old Man Tianji. He disappeared from the secret room while contacting his people. Old Man Tianji was not easily discovered. No one could find him if the latter wanted to hide. So, his actions are more to tell Old Man Tianji was looking for, hoping he was willing to see him. Myriad Emperor World, Heavenly Court, Wang Wei, who was doing push-ups inside his energy dominance room, suddenly stopped as he received a communication talisman from his Fate Shadow Guard. Surprisingly, the information was from the domestic branch. Lu Chang has appeared? He thought. There wasn't much information except that Lu Chang appeared in the Origin Pill Dao sect after years of absence and neglect. According to the spy, Lu Chang looked both terrible and in high spirits. Did something happen? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1002 Transition Preparation. According to the Fate Shadow Guard analysis, Lu Cheng's mental state has not been the best since the end of the Heaven Will battle. The latter became reclusive and rarely dealt with the sex affairs, forcing his master to come out of retirement and take charge of things. Wang Wei even knew Lu Chang had never used the dream world. His situation seemed to turn for the worse after Yan Liling's Expo, sending him into a downward spiral. However, the spy sent news to Wang Wei that Lu Chang finally showed up. Although he looked terrible, his spirit was more focused and in good shape. Did the Flame Emperor intervene? Logically speaking, no one should be able to intervene in the lower dimension. However, recent events have proven to Wang Wei that such a statement is relative to the individual. Rules can be broken or bent with the correct method and the right price. Without hesitation, Wang Wei pointed to the nether hell and added a few more layers of seal. He heard an angry roar but ignored it as he continued to analyze the situation. According to my analysis, the Flame Emperor is probably a peak paragon, maybe even a primal paragon. Furthermore, he's the only living top powerhouse from the Eternal Ascension world, yet he never showed up and took advantage of this situation. Wang Wei took a moment to create a character profile for the Flame Emperor. A calm, careful man who is extremely low-key and does not do unless he's 100% prepared and sure. With his strength, he's the perfect candidate to bear the destiny to end the parasite era. Yet, true heavenly Tao chose me. This fact alone reveals a lot of information, analyzed Wang Wei. After taking everything into account, Wang Wei concluded that the Flame Emperor could be an ally, but not now. The best course of action is to stay away from Lu Chang, observe from afar, and not intervene. I want help intervene, but I also want help him, he concluded before sending an order back to the guard just to keep observing and nothing more. Wang Wei then looked in the direction of the ocean. Is it about to come to an end? He observed for a while before closing his eyes. A few days later, in the Baishi clan, Aoshin had a small smile on his face. He had just signed an alliance with the sea race. Although the agreement was only in the early stages, they had not established true trust. But it was more than enough that the demon race had a new trading partner and did not have to rely only on the human race. More importantly, he finally got what he wanted. the merit transitioning method. After spending so much effort and even losing some of his source blood, he managed to temporarily raise the Star Sage of the Baishi clan to 5 stars and got the answer he wanted. It's a shame I could not get my hands on his bloodline, thought Aoshin regretfully, but he was happy with the result. After receiving what he desired, Aoshin did not waste time and opened a void tear to return to the northern continent. He spent the next few hours reading all the information the Star Sage gave him, remembering and analyzing every aspect of it. Using this technique as a medium, he used his Chaos bloodline to divine more information. According to his calculation, there was a major problem with his conversion, and that's his Chaos law. Chaos is one of the 5 supreme outlaws, meaning that not everyone can wield its power. It's one thing to wield Chaos Heaven Law. That's a lesser version that is boosted by the power of true Heavenly Tao. However, it's an entirely different thing to control the Chaos Grand Tao Source. If I want to wield Chaos Grand Tao Source, the tribulation for my transition is not something I can survive. Aoshin saw his death through a small power of time. As such, he knew it was virtually impossible to survive that tribulation, unless he asked the Heavenly Emperor to take action. However, the issue is the latter had no reason to interfere, especially since there might be severe consequences for doing so. Even if I change my Tao to Little Chaos, the situation will not be much different. The answer was evident to Aoshin, but he did not want to accept it. He knew how potent the power of his bloodline was, and he did not want to abandon it so quickly. Without any choice remaining, he closed his eyes to access his inherited memory, trying to find answers from his ancestors. As luck would have it, he found a solution: his Tao body. After the transition, his bloodline will be fused with his Tao body. As such, the boost it gave him fell under the category of awakening. I have to keep the bloodline separate from the Tao body. Such an act will make a significant change. According to Aoshin's analysis, his awakening should give him a 3% Grand Tao boost after the transition. But once he removes his bloodline from his Tao body, the boost will drop to 2% or even 1%. My bloodline will fall under the category of fleshly body. Although I will lose the power of law, all my techniques will become body divine techniques. As long my flesh is powerful, these techniques won't lose their potency, and I can continue using them. Furthermore, they can continue to increase in power. Aoshin can see his future. After the transition, he will lose his versatile way of fighting, and all his techniques will be drastically weakened. However, as long as he takes time to raise his fleshly body and reach the infant fiend god realm, he will regain everything he lost and more. Aoshin frowned after planning. I need to prepare in case something occurs to me during that time of weakness. The best solution to this situation is to ensure he's a competent Eternal Emperor after the transition. In other words, he must have decent battle prowess, even among Eternal Emperors. How to ensure my strength? He knew a few things could boost an Emperor's or Eternal strength. A good weapon would help. However, the demon race does not have the means to refine such a top-tier weapon? Unless... Aoshin looked at his hands. If I can refine my body into my proving Tao weapon, it will reach the top. This was a great idea but not easy to execute. He needed to abandon his current body and regrow another one. He could not easily afford the resources needed for such a thing. He had a unique snake bloodline that involved shedding the skin to reduce the cost, but that was not enough. No, there might be a way, thought Aoshin as he thought of something with a smirk. Another method would be to ensure my Tao Bodhis awakening gives me a boost of 2%. That's easier than the weapon. I only need to comprehend Dark Heaven will law before the transition. Such an act would definitely raise the power of his tribulation, but the risk was worth it. Aoshin spent the next few hours pondering his eternal path, ensuring he would be one of the best after proving the Tao. Suddenly, Aoshin frowned before returning to normal. He calmly put the technique away before disappearing from his spot. He appeared above the sky in the northern continent. I've been expecting you, he said calmly. Name your price, said Hufeng Huang. Standing opposite him dressed in a blue phoenix robe, she was as noble as always, exuding a natural charm of elegance that most women would envy. Before we get to that, you must first defeat me. Why do something so pointless? Do you think him the same as back then? Replied Aoshin with a sneer. He released a terrifying dragon might, showing his intent to speak only with his fist. The result will be the same, replied Huafenghuang calmly as she also released her aura, preparing for this battle. She was never afraid of anyone, let alone someone she had once bested. From now on, all immortal tier battles must occur in the void battlefield. A powerful voice echoed between heaven and earth, stopping the clash of these two titans. They immediately identified the voice and looked around. Their sight immediately noticed a new dimension attached to the myriad emperor world. Aoshin and Huafenghuang looked at each other before deciding to check it out. They found themselves in all-white space containing intense power of nothingness. However, this power did not affect them but was reinforcing the spatial structure of this dimension. Great! Now I don't have to hold back, said Aoshin as he directly turned into an enormous black dragon. Whenever he fought in the myriad emperor world, he had to control himself to reduce the damage he created. But now he can all out without any restraint. Breath of Chaos. An intense dark purple beam emanated from Aoshin's mouth, heading directly to his opponent. The power of chaos was pushed to the limit as it tried to revert to its most natural state. The state it was at the beginning of the universe. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1003 Bloodline Rematch. Huafenghuang's face changed as she realized the sheer speed of that attack. It was impossible to dodge. However, as a battle-tested former Heaven Chosen, she made the best decision in this situation. Frozen time, she immediately combined the Sovereign Water Law with her Phoenix bloodline, turning into the legendary Blue Phoenix, a rare creature whose natural element was not fire but ice. In a moment, Huafenghuang froze time with the power of ice. She successfully stopped the breath attack with this act, but it was only for less than an attosecond. After all, the power of time was nothing before chaos? At least in this confrontation. Huafenghuang took this opportunity to evade while immediately entering the 5 sacred beast transformation. However, her body parts did not morph into different creature parts. Instead, she had tattoos of the 5 creatures scattered throughout her beautiful, creamy skin. The natural noble aura she emanated drastically increased. Anyone who gazed at her would think she was the most blessed woman. No sentient being between heaven and earth. Aoshin was aggressive, anticipating her movement. After escaping his breath, his massive dragon tail swung down on her with a force capable of devastating a heaven-will world without world source. Huafenghuang remained calm despite the overwhelming shadow that eclipsed her small body. She raised her small hand and punched the tail. The dragon tattoo on her body lit up, and immediately, her 2 hands were no longer ordinary. They were also the tail of a mighty dragon. Boom! Their clash generated a powerful wave that should have eradicated all life, matter, energy, and space-time. Luckily, they were in an endless void with nothing in sight. Huafenghuang took hundreds of steps backward in the void, leaving space cracks as imprints. Surprise flashed in her eyes before focusing. She was not about to lose this battle, so she adopted a more aggressive side as well. Icefire Heaven Destruction. 2 sacred beast phantoms materialized behind her. A blue and red phoenix. Huafenghuang pointed her finger to release a terrifying flame and ice. Aoshin felt the danger and reacted. World of Chaos. He instantly created a large universe or world with only the terrifying corrosive power of chaos. This technique was domain-based, but he did not surround his opponent. He used it instead to protect him. Sadly, his attempt was useless, only buying him a moment to react. Huafenghuang's flame and ice were devastating. The ice would freeze the chaos while the flame burned, showing how she pushed these 2 basic Daos to the pinnacle. In a very short period, short even for these beings who operate on a conceptual level, the chaos world was annihilated by the yin-yang rotation of ice and fire. Ao Shun's massive body rushed out of his universe, but Huafeng Huang would not pass this opportunity. She was prepared to encase him in a world of ice, sealing him before negotiating the terms of his release. The method of transitioning from a primarch into a great emperor was something she could not pass on. After months of searching and divining, they finally found it, so how could she easily let it go? Unfortunately, before she acted, her heavenly eye technique saw something and paused. It was a fake, and she was too late since even her divine sense did not detect any movement. As expected, Ao Shun appeared behind her with the power of shadow and immediately tried to claw her to death. His attack was simple yet deadly. He concentrated a massive amount of chaos power into sharpening his claws, heading directly for the head. Furthermore, he pushed his law will to his maximum, trying to inflict heavy injuries. At that moment, before the attack reached its target, Huafeng Huang showed her battle IQ. She knew it was impossible to block or neutralize that attack completely. So, since she was bound to get hurt, it was better for her to do it since that's easier to heal. Plus, she can do some damage in the process. Phoenix's wrath boom. She exploded herself, dying in a blaze of glory. A colossal ball of flame appeared where she once stood before erupting into a fire wave that burned everything in its path. This attack stopped Ao Shun's claw for less than an attosecond before all the flames were extinguished, returning to a state of chaos. However, Huafeng Huang's new body had already materialized in the distance without a scratch on. "You're a lot better since our last battle." Ao Shun's mighty and proud voice echoed in the emptiness. "I should be the one saying this to you," replied Huafeng Huang. "Let's see who has improved the most since that fight." Void Dragon Ao Shun used his Chaos Bloodline to imitate one of the most powerful Chaos lifeforms? The Void Dragon. His body blended in the space, in the surrounding nothingness, without any issue. The best part is Huafeng Huang could not see him even with her heavenly eye. Despite the situation, Huafeng Huang remained calm. All her senses, including super intuition, were useless? But it did not matter. She calmly closed her eyes and waited. Swish! A tall came out of nowhere, acting like the precision tool of a scorpion assassin. It was fast, accurate, and deadly. Oddly, though, this attack was futile. Huafeng Huang calmly evaded with her eyes still closed. Luck Dao? Damn it, thought Ao Shun as he realized what she did. She realized it was purely on luck or control of probability to evade his sneak attack. Ao Shun reacted swiftly as he secretly mobilized an anti-probability field around his tail, trying to negate her Dao. Unfortunately, his attempt failed. Huafeng Huang's understanding and application of Luck Dao was way above Ao Shun's mimicry, which used Chaos Dao as the base. I need to change tactics, he thought as a new idea flashed in his mind. Chaos itself is a statistical anomaly. What is the probability that chaos will be born out of nothingness? What is the probability that life will be born out of the disorder and destructive nature of chaos? Infinitesimally small. Boom! With this idea as a core, Ao Shun's probability manipulation reached a new level. His tail stroked Huafeng Huang, sending her flying away with blood scattered in this void battlefield. It's a shame, thought Ao Shun. Although he injured her, he did not inject his law will inside her body. However, he did not care because she was not an eternal, so her healing speed, even with the Phoenix bloodline, would be slow, especially after the previous rebirth. Ao Shun continued his assassin-type mode of combat, hiding in the void while launching devastating attacks. Huafeng Huang acted swiftly after the first injury, encasing herself in a yin-yang shield. Boom! Huafeng Huang flew in the distance for a second time. Her shield blocked the first few attacks, but this was nothing but a distraction. Ao Shun's next attack bypassed her defense like it was intangible and reached her. If not for the strength of her fleshly body, her injuries would have been worse. I need to buy time to heal, summarized Huafeng Huang. Unlike Eternals, who need to have Dao will to prevent their natural healing, Primarch's regeneration is subpar regarding battles of the same realm. Numerous thoughts flashed in Huafenghuang's mind as she constantly moved to prevent her enemy from pinpointing her location. However, such a tactic only worked for under 2 seconds after she stopped her momentum from flying away. The power of karma? She analyzed why Aoshin's attack always reached her. Luckily, the few seconds under enormous pressure were more than enough to come up with a counterattack plan. A new shield surrounded her, but it was nothing compared to the previous one. A fact Aoshin soon discovered as the same tactic failed. The power of sovereign? Thought Aoshin as he looked at his opponent's change in aura or atmosphere. She took the sovereign part of her water Dao and used it as a Dao. As a ruler, she has the right to reject anything in proximity to her that is harmful, including my attacks. Clever, but that's not enough to stop. Yin and Yang are the main themes of the universe, so since there is a sovereign or ruler Dao, there is also rebellion Dao, which involves revolting against everything between heaven and earth, including a supreme ruler. However, Aoshin soon frowned. The process of evolving his chaos law into rebellion law was extremely low by the standard of this intense battle. This fact made sense since he did not have any previous bloodline as a base but had to evolve it naturally through his ability and understanding. Aoshin immediately abandoned this tactic since it wasted so much time and was not ideal for this battle. However, it was already too late. Yin-Yang reversal. An enormous Yin-Yang symbol appeared in the void battlefield, and before Aoshin could react, he exited his void assimilation state. With the reversal of Yin to Yang and Yang to Yin, his hidden state turned into a revealing state, canceling his technique. Damn it! Cussed Aoshin as he reacted as fast as he could. He made the best choice in the situation, using a small portion of the power of nothingness in this place to enter a state of intangibility. He saw how Wang Wei used it in the battle tower and learned from it. Sadly, it was too late. Dragon slaughtering Huafenghuang's sword has already pierced his mighty scale, drawing blood. The worst part was that her slaughter Dao technique targeted the very concept of dragons, thus critically damaging him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1004 Bloodline Rematch 2. Huafenghuang was relentless after the first attack succeeded, trying to end this battle as quickly as possible. However, Aoshin made the best move as soon as she tried a second sword. His body shrunk to a size smaller than an ant, making her lose her target. While shrinking, Aoshin used one of his metamorphosis bloodlines to change into a small creature. His action was ingenious as he temporarily changed the essence of his body. He was no longer a dragon but a tiny insect. And since he was not a dragon, the effect of Huafenghuang's dragon slaughtering attack was drastically weakened, allowing him a chance to breathe. Aoshin's transformation was brief because the Yin-Yang reversal technique was still in effect. As such, his act of shrinking and transforming was soon reversed to growing and reverting. The proud dragon acted swiftly and also used Yin-Yang Dao. However, he did not try to stop his opponent's power. He had learned from his previous mistake and did not directly confront Huafenghuang using the same Dao as her. His advantage was his versatility and all the different abilities he had, so he would be a fool to outmatch an expert of certain fields. Aoshin encased himself into a Yin-Yang cover, protecting him from the reversal. His method was focused compared with Huafenghuang's area effect technique, giving him a chance. Slaughter I. During the final battle, Huafenghuang conversed with Li Jun regarding their respective understanding of Slaughter Dao. Afterward, she created this technique that perfectly combined with her Heaven Eye. She saw countless red lines around Aoshin's body, and she knew as long as she attacked these lines, her chances of instantly killing her opponent would drastically increase. And even if she failed, her attack would have a damage bonus that could make any emperor suffer even with their natural healing abilities. Swish! Huafenghuang's speed was truly unparalleled. She used Yin-Yang Dao to control the concepts of movement and slowness, focusing on increasing her speed. She used the small aspect of her sovereign Dao to expel anything that could hinder her speed, including gravity, friction, matter, and even the restrictions of space-time. Aoshin sensed a great deal of danger, so he used one of his plans that previously failed. He entered an intangible state by using the power in the environment. The dragon groaned in pain. His action was successful, at least in the current situation. Hua Fenghuang's attack was so powerful that it negated some of the power of intangibility. The excellent news for Aoshin is she could not directly target his slaughter lines. Arg! A dragon road echoed in the void before a powerful breath attack rushed toward the female god of war. Aoshin's only purpose was to delay her so he could react. Sadly, his attempt failed. With a swing of her sword, Hua Fenghuang killed Chaos, rendering the attack useless. Dao killing sword. Aoshin's eyes squinted as he sensed the target of the sword. His Chaos Law. How ruthless, he thought. However, two could play this game. Boom! His mighty dragon body exploded into a fury of chaos flame, destroying the attack and pushing Hua Fenghuang back more than a few light years away. Aoshin knew a few bloodlines with the divine ability to abandon their body or shell in a time of danger as an escape technique. Typically, these creatures would enter a weakened period after using such ability. However, the dragon was prepared. In this brief moment of peace, he accessed a secret dimension he had prepared especially for this occasion. He had enough energy in that place to recuperate quickly and return to his peak. A terrifying sharpness emanated from Hua Fenghuang's white tiger sword. Any swordsman watching this battle would think she was one of them and among the best. However, that was far from the case. Hua Fenghuang's sharpness originated from the metal attribute of the white tiger. After pushing it to the limit, she developed this technique. Extreme Metal Strike. As Aoshin watched that sword rushing towards him, he felt everything in its path would be severed into two. Whether it was time, matter, space, or even his chaos. I guess it's time to use my trump card, thought Aoshin as his dragon body rushed forward instead of blocking or evading. His claws directly confronted that sword with extreme sharpness. To Hua Fenghuang's horror or puzzlement, her slash was destroyed by sheer force, making her confused before thinking about something. However, she was too late to react as Aoshin was already before her despite her complete control of movement and slowness in the surroundings. Boom. Aoshin's dragon claw swatted her like she was a nuisance. She reacted and blocked, but her right arm exploded in the process. However, Aoshin would not let this opportunity pass, and in less than an instant, he was already before her falling body and attacked once again. Hua Fenghuang lost her left arm. Luckily, she was smart for the third attack. The 5 sacred beasts materialized before her and attacked Aoshin. The creatures were lifelike, almost like they were the real deal. They were the same size as Aoshin, and with them working together, they stalled him long enough for Hua Fenghuang to breathe. That was will manifestation, she thought with slightly gritted teeth. Because of everything that has happened in the past few years, she has only achieved an incomplete will manifestation, but Aoshin had a complete one. Hua Fenghuang knew how anomalous this was since even the other 2 Eternals had only achieved incomplete will manifestation, and the new Empress? Tong Ruobing? Was not a body refiner and did not count. Moreover, from her experience and knowledge, she could tell Aoshin did not just awaken and had great control. Furthermore, his willpower was way above the standard and reached an abnormal level. Surprised? Asked Aoshin, his dragon visage showing a smirk while his eyes flashed with dark lightning. Yes, but it made sense logically, she replied calmly. After a brief analysis, she understood the reason? The Heaven Law Tribulation. Aoshin had to confront countless Emperor wills through the bloodline imprints they left. Such an act should have tempered his willpower to a terrifying level. What's next? Asked Aoshin. Do you want to continue or admit your defeat? Hua Fenghuang calmly looked at the terrible state he was in. Her opponent's willpower had entered her body and inhabited her already subpar healing to her standard. Of course, she had another trump card in this situation, the ancestor will. Innate demon gods had the advantage that allowed them to fight the human race for so long during the Innate Acquire War, and that was the ancestor will? A collective willpower of their respective species. Guofeng Huang could summon the phoenix, azure dragon, white tear, black tortoise, and Qilin's will, and they would act in the same manner as Dao will or willpower manifestation with a few restrictions. Ancestor will cannot last long and will eventually dissipate. Dao will and manifestation can remain inside a person for eternity, but ancestor will won't even last a few months. Despite its weakness, it was a great way to battle and kill the enemy. If I summon the ancestor will, he will probably do the same, thought Guofeng Huang. Even if Aoshin did not know the technique, he could learn it with his talent during their fight. Finally, she sighed and said, I lose. Aoshin was surprised for a moment before grinning. He reverted to his human form with the grin still in the corner of his mouth. That's all I wanted to hear. Guofeng Huang did not care about the mocking in his voice. Defeat was nothing to someone on their level. On the contrary, it was a learning experience to improve. Additionally, the difference between them is not so vast that it made her despite. And even if that were the case, she would not succumb and accept her inferiority for all her life. Now, can we discuss things? Aoshin did not immediately say anything but looked in the distance. With a thought, he blocked the sight of everyone that was watching this battle. So, why should I exchange with you? Why shouldn't you? We both have what we wanted. That's not enough of a reason? Do you want me to say the ugly part out loud? Retorted Guofeng Huang, and Aoshin was immediately quiet. What is the ugly part? The demon race was too weak to keep such a thing and make enemies of the ancient clan. Although they had allied with the sea race, he knew he could not trust these people who were highly xenophobic. Aoshin knew the consequences once the news that the demon ace had this information spread out. Even their new allies? The sea race? Will want to get their hands on it. With this current strength, he can protect this method. But after he leaves, the demon race won't fare well, so his best choice is to exchange the technique to get as much benefit as possible. Fine, let's talk. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1005 Empyrean's Might. Aoshin did not beat around the bush. He handed Guofeng Huang a list of the items he wanted in exchange for the transitioning technique, and the latter immediately frowned after scanning it with her divine sense. Why don't you rob us directly? Replied Guofeng Huang, trying not to yell. Although the price is a little high, it's worth it, especially for someone as prideful as you. If you think I will let pride get in the way of our negotiation, then you're underestimating me, replied Guofeng Huang with a sneer. Such an act should have looked odd with her missing limb, but she still appeared beautiful and noble. She looked at the list a second time and became angrier the second time. The dragon wanted rare things like Phoenix Tear, a unique item that allows a great emperor on the verge of death to regenerate to their peak state instantly. This is the closest material to a longevity resource. Even by the standard of an immortal, Guofeng Huang would take a very long time to condense one of these things. No, the price must be reduced, she argued. Well, we can do this. The price will reduce by a third, said Aoshin before pausing and smirking. Guofeng Huang wanted nothing more than to slap his face. However, she remained calm and stoic, waiting for his words. But you have to sign a contract that the method can only be used by you. Guofeng Huang frowned as she understood the implications. The method could not be passed down to her clan and become their foundation. No, I refuse this method of exchange. Although the tribulation for the transition is scary, with a success rate of less than 1% for 5-star Primarchs and above, this method is still crucial to any powerful lineage. That's fine. However, I should warn you I marked some of the items in the list with a star. These items are not for negotiation. Guofeng Huang looked at the list for a third time, and as expected, the Phoenix Tears was one of these materials. I understand. Chaos is one of the 5 supreme outlaws. I can imagine how terrifying your tribulation will be, unless you change your Tao. So, you would need an item like the Phoenix Tear to even have an ounce of a chance at surviving. You're right, so you should understand what length I'm willing to go for some of these things. Huafeng Huang felt something was wrong, given how fast he admitted such a thing. However, she did not focus too much on this. You should know how much time is required to condense a Phoenix Tear? Don't worry about this. The Time Void Empress should come to exchange with me, and one of my conditions will be for her to let you use her time acceleration cultivation room. Huafeng Huang squinted her eyes as this was an excellent opportunity for her. If she plays her card correctly, she can use this opportunity in her favor. Although she can somewhat control time, it's nothing compared to someone who uses it as their primary or secondary Tao. Deal, but we still have to negotiate these prices. Some of the things the dragon asked were unacceptable to her, for example, blood sources from all 5 of her bloodlines. She would never give him such a thing. Aoshin knew his asking price was unreasonable. So, they negotiated so that both sides would be satisfied. After arguing for so long that Huafeng Huang was already healed, they came to a conclusion and signed an agreement. Aoshin returned to the northern continent with a grin on his face. Everything is ready, he thought. He can abandon his body with the Phoenix Tear before refining it into his Proving Tao artifact. The next step is to prepare before the tribulation. The stronger his body, the better the weapon Aoshin can refine. And with the tear, he can return to his peak quickly. He immediately organized a task force to hunt bloodlines for him in the lower realm and even sent people to the martial hegemony world. Aoshin was ruthless and sent people to hunt the sea race's bloodline, not minding their recent alliance. Of course, he was sneaky about it. Instead, he secretly hired humans to do this job to prevent any connection between him and the demon race. He knew besides the Heavenly Emperor, he could hide his methods from everyone else in the world. And even if they discovered something, he would have plausible deniability and could claim some people were trying to ruin the alliance between the 2 races. Heavenly Court. Wang Wei calmly watched their subsequent negotiation and agreement. These people would make a great couple. With their unique and powerful bloodline, a child between these 2 would have unparalleled talent. He shook his head as he knew this would never happen, and the reason can be explained with one word: pride. The ancient clan disdained innate demon gods, viewing them as defeated generals by their ancestors and resources for their cultivation. Meanwhile, Aoshin, as an innate creature and the first one in this era, had his pride and also inherently looked down on humans. To be precise, he has excellent hatred for humans for what they've done to his demon clan. He never displayed such emotion publicly because he knew humans ruled this world, and such an act would doom the human race. Wang Wei no longer paid attention to their negotiation. He wanted the transitioning method, so he was going to contact someone from the sect to negotiate with Aoshin. However, right before he sent the order, he saw a corner of the future and smiled. Is this what it's like to be favored by fate? He stopped his action before focusing on the task at hand. He had to ensure Aoshin and Huafeng Huang's battle was recorded in the Dream World's battle tower. Afterward, he focused on something else: the corpse collecting sect. Ever since his coronation and the beginning of this era, nothing has changed for these people. They continued their business of selling bodies for people who needed them. They never did anything out of line. They didn't even pass the news about the Heavenly Court to their other branches, thought Wang Wei, as his eyes saw countless threads connecting this corpse-selling sect to other world communities. After years of observing, he never found anything wrong with them. More importantly, he never found the hidden branches of the corpse-selling sect. There is no need to worry, I still have plenty of time, thought Wang Wei. When the time comes for him to strike, he wants to remove this hidden danger once and for all, not leaving them any chance at comeback. By then, he might have had to deal with the backhand of the Death Reverence, and his current self was not ready for that. Wang Wei knew that even with his current strength, he was not genuinely invincible in the lower dimension. So, he was never too arrogant or conceited, proceeding with caution one step at a time. Oh, right in time. muttered something before a gray ball the size of a volleyball appeared in his hand. "Thank you for your hard work." His voice echoed in the Sword One's mind, and he saw her smile and waving her hand. Wang Wei immediately gathered the power of nothingness in his blood to nourish this Emperor Tier Void stabilizing sphere. Once he finished, he baptized it with the Grand Tao Source before fusing it with the Void battlefield. He instantly felt the changes in this place and muttered, "It's time to test this thing." He gathered the luck or destiny of the entire world and the heavenly court to create a terrifying seal. He then connected the Void battlefield to the Nether Hell, connecting their seal and reinforcing it in the process. "Old Man Nether, don't you want to kill me? This is your chance," said Wang Wei as he appeared in the Void battlefield. "Damn you, little pest." Powerful voice boomed on this battlefield. Luckily, it was refined to a high level and sealed. Otherwise, the voice was enough to annihilate the entire world community. Wang Wei saw an enormous palm descend on him with unimaginable power. He immediately became excited as he activated all his power. His Emperor artifact became a small crystal in his forehead that boosted all his abilities. Dark red lightning flashed in his eyes as he combined his Tao will and willpower manifestation. The 10 fate palaces appeared above him as he awakened his Tao body. The blood in his body rushed faster than the speed of light as he mobilized all 76 infant fiend god force. His eyes were brighter than ever as his soul operated to the limit of his capabilities. He used his force control skill, which allowed him to control his body, soul, and Grand Tao Source to a level as if he were a creature born to wield these things. On top of that, he used his newly created or copied technique. After seeing Su Shi's use of obsession, he also used his obsession for freedom as a technique, thus achieving a 1% Grand Tao boost. Fate annihilating punch. With this one punch that directly targeted a person or object's fate, Wang Wei knew he could annihilate more than half of the entire lower dimension, which is composed of millions of worlds and an infinite number of sentient beings. However, it was useless. The palm quickly swatted his attack before descending on him and removing him from this earth. At least it tried to. "You didn't die?" asked Old Man Nether as he saw the newly condensed Wang Wei in the distance. He knew the latter did not use any longevity technique or resource to revive, which shocked him. 10-fold battle realm? And it's the limit of that realm almost entering the stage of taboo? He could not hide the shock in his voice. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 1006 Taste of the Realm. For a moment, Wang Wei ignored Old Man Nether's words and focused on himself. He saw a few bruises on his body that refused to heal. To be precise, they healed exceptionally slowly. He knew it was not the power of Tao will or willpower manifestation. Existence hierarchy? He thought. This was not the first time he dealt with this thing, but only recently that he knew its universal term. Once a great emperor or even other immortal tier creatures kill a mortal, that creature will have their existence wiped, thus preventing others from using life and death Tao, time Tao, or any other revival methods. In the Empyrean realm, cultivators will experience a second Grand Tao Source baptism, thus sublimating their existence for a second time. That's true even for regular Empyreans. The result of this change is another application of existence hierarchy. Old Man Nether's existence is higher than Wang Wei, so he can naturally injure him, similar to if he had used a Tao will. Luckily, Wang Wei's strength is extremely close to the Empyrean realm, so the injuries were not serious. Wang Wei finally paid attention to the person present. It was a burly old man dressed in casual black clothes that looked very ordinary. He had long white hair and a white beard resembling a lion's mane. The feeling this person gave Wang Wei was very odd. Usually, older cultivators will have a more wise or sage-like appearance. But Old Man Nether resembled his grandfather with a wild and unrestrained aura. He looked like the kind of person that gets agitated and offended for the smallest reason. "Boy, is your tongue tied? I asked you a question." "I'm a little disappointed," suddenly said Wang Wei. Excuse you. I've heard so many times how powerful you were and how much of a threat you pose. But Wang Wei did not finish his word and only shook his head. However, Old Man Nether was already looking at him with furious eyes. He really gets offended at the slightest thing? Thought Wang Wei. Sometimes a person's aura is misleading. However, it seems this was not the case. Boy? Your reaction has reduced even more points in my eyes? Such poor performance for someone of your status. Wang Wei shook his head. After a brief analysis, he understood why the latter was like this. His mentality has changed after spending so much time in the lower dimension, being invincible. Old Man Nether might have been even more arrogant if not for the seal placed on him. You're pushing your look. Did I say something wrong? Firstly, you're only an ordinary Empyrean. Secondly, you're still in the early stages after so many years. Thirdly, your goal is to control samsara. But your main Tao is not life, death, or samsara. Instead, it's some batch Tao that combines a few minor aspects of samsara Tao. Tell me, how can I not be disappointed? Damn you, yelled Old Man Nether. Flame of hell. Torturous flame. A dark green flame materialized in this empty void battlefield, and screams of immense agony emanated from it. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as his first instinct was to absorb this flame and evolve his pain-innate talent to a higher level. Sadly, he saw the future, and a terrible fate awaited him if he tried this tactic. Death Flame. A jet-black flame materialized out of Wang Wei's body and confronted the green flame. However, his attack did not last a second before being corroded. The green flame enveloped him and rapidly incinerated his body and soul. Did he want me to suffer? Thought Wang Wei before vanishing. He could feel a terrifying pain as the flame did its job. However, he was one of the best body refiners in the world. A job that only masochists can partake in. So, such an attack was useless to him. He did not focus too much on such a small matter as Wang Wei had discovered something. His samsara Tao was severely hindered. He noticed the anomaly in the first attack but confirmed it on the second. So, Empyreans can hinder the operation of a great emperor's grand Tao source. And if their Taos are the same, the hindrance is even more severe, probably reaching the level of deprivation. Although Old Man Nether's Tao only had minor aspects of samsara Tao, it was enough to render this aspect of Wang Wei's Tao useless. Of course, the main reason for that is Wang Wei's actual cultivation level is 32% grand Tao source, thus the severity of the suppression. It seems you're not all talk. I should take this seriously. Glad you're coming to your senses. However, my disappointment has only increased, said Wang Wei with a gentle smile. However, his guard was already at its peak. He saw the frantic side of Old Man Nether was gone, replaced by a terrifying calmness. Yes, how can someone who has lived for so long be easily seen through, he thought. Old Man Nether looked him directly in the eyes. Boy, what do you want? I'm curious by nature, so I want answers, replied Wang Wei directly. How long have you lived in the myriad emperor world? With such longevity, you should know some deep secrets, right? How many events were you the secret mastermind? How did you get sealed in the first place? Why are you so obsessed with controlling samsara? How did you descend from the upper dimension as an Empyrean? How did you prevent true heavenly Tao from directly liquidating you? Like I said, I have many questions. And what if I don't answer? Don't be like this, added Wang Wei as he looked in the distance. I figured out some things, so tell me if I'm correct. Your nether hell was probably your first attempt at achieving your goal. Back then, you didn't want to control samsara but to create your own version. Soon, you realize your ambition is too big, so you focus on controlling an existing one. That time was probably when you were sealed, hence why the lower dimension samsara was still intact. True heavenly Tao should have been involved in your seal since it seems more severe regarding matters of samsara. Wang Wei realized this truth based on the secrets he divined or deduced from the three karmic positions of human, earth, and heavenly emperor. True heavenly Tao seemed very strict about the earth emperor position since it dealt with reincarnation. Because of this discovery, he suspects the Earth Emperor, one of the 8 parasites, might be a false Earth Emperor. At the very least, there should be some secret or flaw to his karmic position. What do you think? Was my deduction correct? Asked Wang Wei with a smile, but he was observing every minute facial expression of Old Man Nether. His theory on the latter's true objective is that he's trying to achieve half-step transcendence by creating or reproducing another module of the Chaos Universe. Reincarnation. However, this theory has a significant flaw. Old Man Nether is too weak. If he had such a brilliant idea to achieve transcendence, it would be best to spend all that time he wasted in the lower dimension to first become a peak paragon and use this method. Sometimes, knowing too much is not necessarily a good thing, replied Old Man Nether calmly. He had never felt so angry and insulted in such a long time. However, he was the kind of person that was scarier the more calm he was. So, he appeared very relaxed in this conversation. I agree, knowledge is a curse, but only for those who don't know how to use it, added Wang Wei. What a cheeky brat, chuckled Old Man Nether. I cannot believe someone could irk me so quickly. You should be proud? You've created a record for the fastest person to reach my most eliminate at all cost list. Old Man Nether cracked his neck and shoulder while Wang Wei gave him a look. You're no longer in the mood for talk. That's fine. Anyway, you should have figured out by now it's impossible to remove the seal in this place even if you kill me. Old Man squinted his eyes. In that case, I only need to refine and control your soul. That's the spirit, responded Wang Wei. Let me have a taste of the next realm of cultivation. You want to use me as a wedding stone to see if you can enter the taboo realm? You can continue to dream. It seemed you're not as stupid as I gave you credit for, laughed Wang Wei as he rushed toward his body. Boom! His body exploded into trillions of particles. A few seconds later, he reappeared in the distance with even more bruises. Wang Wei did not care as he realized using his true will to boost his healing factor was a great way to deal with these small existence injuries, if you can call them that. Let's try again, he roared before rushing forward for the second time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1007 Taste of the Realm. 2. Wang Wei died the third time, but he was persistent, like a Terminator who would not stop until he accomplished his mission. Sadly for him, Old Man Nether got wise and used a different tactic on his fourth attempt. Chain of Hell. A terrifying red gate with hell-based designs manifested behind Old Man Nether before opening from the middle, sending black chains toward his opponent. Wang Wei reacted swiftly as he defended himself by creating an infinite number of universes between him and the attack. This was not the extent of his protection. In these universes, he recreated the River of Fate. In other words, Old Man Nether's chains had to bypass an infinite universe while confronting the fate of an infinite number of sentient beings. Alas, the chains only paused for less than a second before binding Wang Wei, capturing him. He did not hesitate and blew his body up the moment he was caught before materializing in the distance, away from the chains. The gap is so big. His strength was at the limit of the Great Emperor realm, probably 999% Grand Dao source, yet this battle was on one side. He used the surrounding seals so Old Man Nether could only use 70% of his power on this battlefield. The worst part is I can tell this guy has not fought in a long while, so his battle IQ and experience are mediocre, analyzed Wang Wei as he tried another tactic. He used all his Grand Dao boost to bless his soul and attacked. Soul Whiplash. Old Man Nether's eyes squinted slightly before waving his hand. Wang Wei's powerful soul attack disappeared as it was never here. So, an expert in the Soul Dao? No, it should be in Yin Qi and related power. Chain of Fate. Wang Wei condensed his own chain, which had the power to influence or restrict a person directly from their fate. The chains confronted, and on paper, fate is a much higher power than hell. The confrontation dictated otherwise as the black chains eviscerated the gray chains before proceeding to their target. Freedom from binding. The freedom aspect of Wang Wei's Dao was activated as a means to deal with this attack, and the result was the same. The sheer difference in power proved that all tactics were essentially useless. So, he died again by his own choice. Scars appeared on his face once he revived, but he did not care. He saw that Old Man Nether was impatient, so time was running out for him. As expected, countless devil creatures from hell appeared on the battlefield and immediately began hurling hell chains at Wang Wei, trying to capture him. He's determined to capture me, he thought as he realized no one used a lethal technique. Everyone was focused on capturing alive to free their master. Time is running out and my plan is not working, thought Wang Wei. One of his objectives for this battle was to glance at the taboo battle realm. Sadly, after a few direct confrontations and deaths, he did not see the path ahead besides the one he came up with, unsealing his soul to achieve an Empyrean quantity level soul power. However, Wang Wei always felt this method was cheap and not the true taboo realm and might have consequences for his ambitions of achieving taboo in all three immortal stage realms. Let's try one more thing, he thought as he activated the attribute of his fleshly body. Nothingness. After proving the Tao and condensing his human fiend god bloodline, he had long entered the second realm of void and even walked deep in mastering it. Boom! Wang Wei's punch hit Old Man Nether's chain, and his eyes immediately shone brightly. He noticed his attack damaged the chain, albeit slightly. Regardless, he saw his power corroding the chains. Is this the answer? Condensing more power of nothingness until I reached the peak of the void stage, thus achieving taboo battle realm? In less than an attosecond, Wang Wei did not an infinite amount of deduction by perusing through infinite possibilities and a similar number of divinations by traveling through the river of fate. He smiled wryly. Is the perfect foundation the only way? His deduction was successful, and the power of nothingness was a way to achieve taboo. However, the amount of power his body needs to hold is too much, and most of his deductions result in him being assimilated and turned into nothingness. This result was the same unless he became an Empyrean or opened the gate of power. He only deduced success after using scarce material to reinforce his bloodline and drastically increase his affinity with the power of nothingness. After this deduction, Wang Wei realized that achieving taboo did not rely on a person's talent, effort, or ingenuity. The leading proponent for success is a person's luck or background. Rare resources are needed to take that step, and only people truly blessed can succeed. Unfortunately for him, although he might be one of these truly blessed individuals, he was currently stuck in a small pond. The lower dimension did not have the resources he needed to make that breakthrough, unless he asked the dark truth. However, he did not know whether there would be consequences for asking that thing for resources for the perfect foundation and for his void stage cultivation. Furthermore, according to his previous calculations, achieving the perfect foundation had the same effect. Maybe that Wu Hong already predicted this outcome, and she suggested to me to go with the perfect foundation. As he died for probably the 5th time, Wang Wei was deep in thought. Since he had his own method of achieving taboo, his ego or sense of self-reliance was fulfilled, so it was alright to use the perfect foundation. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. Although he had already decided, he still had some reservations, hence why he delayed doing this for so long. Old Man Nether sensed a change in his opponent, so he temporarily stopped his attack. Have you changed your mind and realized your efforts were useless? So, you knew what I was doing was futile. Of course, the taboo battle realm is almost a myth, a legend. I would not be surprised if no one in the history of the Eternal Ascension world had ever succeeded. That's how rare it is. Well, there is a first for everything. Young people these days? They always dream things that are out of their reach. The same thing can be said to you, isn't it? But that didn't stop you. Old Man Nether's eyes twitched before returning to calm. All right, I've had enough of you. Let's end this battle. King of Hell Mode, a black armor that seemed to be made of bones appeared around Old Man Nether's burly body. His long hair and beard turned into purple flames, and his eyes were all red with no pupils. Wang Wei squinted as he detected the seal was pushed to its limit after this transformation. If the previous Old Man Nether's power was barely 70%, now it is 999%. Wang Wei suddenly laughed, showing a wild and unrestrained smile. A pill appeared out of nowhere inside his open mouth, and he swallowed it. Boom! His aura exploded, becoming as vast, ethereal, and supreme as his opponent. "What did you do? What's that pill?" asked Old Man Nether with a frown. "Empyrean Ascension Pill," replied Wang Wei calmly. "As the name suggests, my strength can ascend to the same level as you temporarily." "Impossible. Such a pill cannot be refined or even exist in the lower dimension. Your existence proves there are no absolutes and that the rules can be broken," said Wang Wei. "However, you're correct. I used some clever means to get my hands on this pill." Wang Wei was feeling the strength in his body when he saw Old Man Nether was still confused. The illusory pill cannon. A look of realization dawned on the flaming man. This scripture was unique, allowing the user to create illusory pills without the material. "Did you get the recipe from the upper dimension? From those meddling BR? From your ancestors?" "That's correct," nodded Wang Wei as he ignored the latter's ugly complexion. He felt the power surging through his veins. "Such power is intoxicating. I feel like I can do everything, like I was invincible. No wonder a high enough Tao heart is required to reach this realm." He now knew how easy it was for even the best among great emperors to get lost in this power and let it get to their heads. If that's how powerful Empyreans are, how scary are paragons? After coming to this realization, Wang Wei decided never to underestimate any of the parasites. No matter how weak he says they are or how much he disdains their actions, they are still paragons and deserve to be taken seriously. If he's not careful, he will be the one who suffers. All right, let's truly start this battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1008 Taste of the Realm 3. The pill that the Sword Empress gave him was truly magical. It did not increase his soul to the Empyrean level, thus achieving the level of strength. It did not increase the strength of his fleshly body or have some random powerful ability. The pill was the complete packet. His soul temporarily reached that level, his fleshly body increased by at least 10 infant fiend god realm, and more importantly, his grand Tao source reached 70%. The pill gave him the potential strength of the future. Wang Wei guessed this pill was precious and used by the upper dimension to allow certain people to taste the power of the advanced realm to prepare for a breakthrough. Furthermore, it might also be used to test whether a person's Tao heart has reached the standard of an Empyrean. However, I'm still not a true Empyrean, thought Wang Wei before going on the offensive. Fate annihilating fist. Old Man Nether's face underneath the flame changed as he felt the threat of death. Without hesitation, he responded. Wall of wailing soul. Thousands of walls materialized before him, each made with trillions of souls full of karmic sins. These souls replaced Old Man Nether and had their fate annihilated instead of him. With this method, he successfully blocked the attack, but his other tactic failed, transferring the sins of these people to his attacker. Wang Wei secretly sneered at such a method. Old Man Nether Karma Tao application is the lowest level, focusing on basic things like good and evil. So how could he affect him? Karma strangling. As an Empyrean, how many lives has Old Man Nether killed? How many worlds has he influenced in the pursuit of his ambitions? How much cause and effect does he owe to the world? Normally, he is a higher being in existence and does not have to worry about such a thing. However, he was in deep trouble when confronting a being of the same level, a being that could turn his previous actions, causes, into tangible and practical effects. Red strings appeared on his neck, hands, and lower limbs, binding and strangling him. Old Man Nether condensed a sword full of the power of Yin and Death Chi, trying to cut off the threads. Sadly, his actions proved futile. No, to be exact, His actions aggravated the power of the threads. In other words, the more he struggles, the more he has to bear the effects of his past actions. Damn it! He roared before his body spontaneously combusted into dark green flame before materializing a great distance away. Wang Wei frowned when he saw his thread not moving to his opponent. His eyes flashed with splendor as he instantly discovered the truth. Some type of death replacement, he analyzed. Old Man Nether chose one of his underlings to bear all his karma, essentially replacing him. However, that's not going to save you, thought Wang Wei as the thread changed their target to the original owner. This time they locked on his fate line. Old Man Nether's flaming face danced, probably indicating his mood. Light of the pure and noble, a brilliant light manifested above the sky before condensing into two pairs of angelic wings. Old Man Nether had now changed into this weird aesthetic of evil and good, the devil and an angel of light and darkness. Wang Wei observed everything calmly. Unlike Christianity and other religions back on Earth, in Eastern mythology, hell is not only in charge of the wicked but also judges the good and pure heart. In other words, hell is oftentimes depicted as a place that holds both heaven and hell based on these religion standards, similar to Hades' underworld, where Elysium is located for the people who were good during their lives. Old Man Nether's technique is based on this. He gathered the position karma of trillions upon trillions of lives to bless him and wash away his karma, thus reducing the effect of the threads. Unfortunately, you're playing a game where you're out of your league. As a master of karma, how easy was it to switch between good and evil from position to negative karma? Swish! Before Wang Wei could put his plan into action, his body moved out of the instinct of danger. Sadly, he was a step too late and half of his body was gone. Luckily, he acted swiftly and protected his soul. An axe? Thought Wang Wei as he saw the culprit of his accident. A powerful emperor artifact. He groaned as he realized this could change the scale of this battle. He had just started and wanted to fight a lot longer. If only my Tao will and willpower manifestation were much stronger. The pill did not help much in these two categories. His Tao will could barely give a 5% strength boost, not grand Tao boost. Meanwhile, his willpower was a lot better. With the strengthening of his flesh, he could use more of it. However, the increase was only 20% strength with no grand Tao boost. How did I not detect that thing? His senses were simply monstrous. He could sense changes in time, detect his own life and death, see how much his luck changes, it acts a certain way before death, and watch the strings of fate. And those are added senses to the normal one and his divine sense, an extension of his soul. Yet, with all these measures, he still did not detect the axe before it almost killed him. He watched the axe disappear but still did not detect any information. It was there, then it was not. Old Man Nether was prepared for an attack, most likely to distract him and sneak attack with the axe again. Living Universe Prison. Wang Wei secretly shook his head as the universe he created swallowed Old Man Nether. His opponent had obviously not fought a good battle in a long time, so his natural reflexes were slow, even to someone who had just reached this level of power. Inside the universe, Old Man Nether faces some trouble. He soon discovered this universe was a living creature whose sole mission seemed to imprison him. Furthermore, it was infinitely expanding in size at a massive rate. A brilliant technique that combines space, time, life, soul, and even sealing Tao. He did not hide his envy as he fought against that universe. Boom! Wang Wei watched Old Man Nether calmly walk out of his technique. Huh? Way faster than I anticipated. He swiftly knew the reason. Empyreans had a grand mist wheel that granted them the power to create worlds and life as they pleased. As such, it was a wrong move on his part to try to restrain the latter with the power of space when he was a fake Empyrean without a grand mist wheel. Well, it's okay since it's a lesson to learn. This battle aimed for him to test his opponent's strength while learning and adapting to fighting in the Empyrean realm. He did not know the circumstances of his ascension, so it's best for him to be acclimated before just in case he does not have the opportunity. According to some of the worst-case scenarios he has deduced, he might have to learn and get acclimated during life and death battles, which is not ideal for his personality, which often favors being prepared. At least I know how this axe operates, thought Wang Wei. His guess is that the Nether Hell is a world created by Empyreans, where he has absolute control. So, Old Man Nether sent his axe into the world, which is technically a place outside of the universe, outside of normal spacetime. That's why Wang Wei felt the axe appeared out of nowhere. He also used the seal on the Nether Hell to his advantage. The seal made it even more challenging for Wang Wei to sense its appearance. This tactic shows this guy might have been talented in combat. His current state is the result of years of inaction. Will this battle awaken his long-lost fighting instinct? Such news was not in Wang Wei's best interest. He knew he could not kill Old Man Nether in this battle. His current strength was temporary, and he knew the latter should have one, if not plenty, of hidden trump cards. So, when their real battle of life and death began, Old Man Nether might be back at his prime. Isn't this what I wanted? A battle that pushed me to the limit and pumped adrenaline like I was a junkie who knew he would not survive the night. Wang Wei then focused on something else, his nearly regenerated, extremely pale other half-body. The process almost took a second despite using his life and death Dao and his fleshly body regenerative ability. In a battle of such a scale, a second is too long. In the end, the pill only gave me the strength of an Empyrean. It did not also raise my existence to that level. He could tell his injury was not completely healed, and once the pill's effect ran out, he would suffer all the consequences of the injuries in these battles. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1009 Taste of the Realm, Finale. Swish. With an understanding of his opponent's technique, it was straightforward for Wang Wei to evade the sneak attack of the axe. However, things were not as simple as he expected. A second axe manifested out of nowhere, heading directly for his head. His danger senses went on overdrive. He immediately knew if this attack succeeded, he might genuinely die. Swish! The second axe passed over his head, and Wang Wei's body was missing that part of his flesh. He did not use his absolute control over his body to scatter the atoms and subatomic particles in his head, returning them to nature as they should be. No, he knew such an act would still result in his death. This had the ability to ignore pure matter and even directly target his soul. So, at the last minute, he turned his head into a state of void similar to how he used his intangibility, but at a higher level. Oh, that was close, thought Wang Wei. I missed the thrill of dancing with death. He saw the disappearing axe and knew how there was a second, a dual blade, a blade of life and one of death. Maybe it's not that simple. As soon as he had this thought, he was proven correct. Two axes attacked him and he evaded. However, at the correct time, a third appeared, and he evaded it too, but a fourth materialized out of nowhere. I was right. Besides life and death, there is a good and evil axe. Karma Mirror. Wang Wei once read a colorful language comment on social media. Karma is not a bitch, it's a mirror. The netizen who posted this comment was referring to the fact that karma does not just pay us back for our actions. It reflects our choices and decisions. It's another way to say every reaction has an equal and opposite reaction. With this comment or idea in mind, he created this technique. As expected, once the evil axe hit him, it immediately bounced back to its owner. Old Man Nether soon realized he could no longer control his own weapon. So, without any choice, he had to defend himself. The black armor around him covered his entire body. Boom! The axe sent him flying back, but he was soon on his feet, perfectly intact. Another Empyrean artifact? Wang Wei was speechless. He also realized Old Man Nether was still an old fox as the armor appeared like a technique to him. Knowing his disadvantage in the weapon area, Wang Wei decided to be more aggressive. Freedom of obsession, he used a technique that directly targeted Old Man Nether's mind. Immediately, the ancient Empyrean felt his obsession for a very long time with samsara rapidly disappearing. He almost groaned in pleasure because of how free and liberating the entire experience felt. After working for so long with little to no success, he finally realized how great his life would be as long as he abandoned such useless obsession. His voice was so powerful that some of it leaked from the void battlefield seal. Such strong obsession, observed Wang Wei. He thought his obsession for absolute freedom was deep, but even he had to admit Old Man Nether was probably higher than him. How dare you mess with my mind? Wang Wei ignored him and pointed his finger. Authority depriving the flame around Old Man Nether's head disappeared, returning to his human visage. The armor on him dimmed slightly as if he had lost something. The power of samsara, said Old Man Nether in shock. He could tell the latter used power similar to a Yama King, depriving him of his control or authority by using Sam's-related Tao. Such an act was not a straightforward application of the Tao but power directly from the source. How can you use such a technique? I saw Tion using it, so it was easy to replicate after a little study. Old Man Nether's face turned redder than a baby's butt. What? Feeling angry? Jealous? And maybe a little shameful? Sneered Wang Wei. With your age, you should have long understood fate is unfair and no one is born equal. Since you could not do with the cards granted to you, there was no point in these useless emotions. It'll make you pay for your insolence. To Wang Wei's surprise, Old Man Nether reverted to his previous state, dissolving his technique. He can ignore a higher authority than him? Maybe he did have some success in creating his version of samsara. He looked at the possible explanation for his events. A dark cloud loomed over this battlefield. He could tell the cloud was simply to hide what was inside. Sadly, none of his methods could penetrate the truth. All-time samsara, a sense of dread permeated the entire battlefield. The idea that nothing was eternal and would eventually die before something was born in the ashes, following a constant and unending cycle, entered Wang Wei's mind. They would feel the same way if there were other life in this place. Afterward, everything proceeded to come to an end. The universe, matter, life, space-time, energy, the five elements, yin and yang, and everything in between. Luckily, this was the void battlefield, or absolutely everything in the lower dimension would die. No one would be spared except for Wang Wei, Old Man Nether, and other things. However, the number of survivors would be counted on one hand. Bolts of purple lightning descended on the sky, targeting him at all times from different angles. He had to use all his defensive abilities like blessing his luck, controlling probability, reversing death with life, and all the others. His face was pale as he constantly moved to evade the bolts that covered the sky purple. Despite his best attempts, he was hit a few times, thus severely injuring him. No, this battle has to end. His existence was injured. Now, with his current level, such an injury is dangerous but still controllable. The issue is his injury has reached the point that his realm was about to fall once the pill's effect ended. Returned to the void, he immediately used the ultimate ability of his flesh, returning everything to a state of nothingness. A state where there is no space, no time, no matter, no life, no chaos, no mind or spirit, no soul. It did not even contain the concept of existence or non-existence. Old Man Nether's face changed as he hurriedly stopped his technique and rushed back to the Nether Hell. He did not want to have the slightest contact with such a damn technique, even if he had ways to deal with it. Wang Wei watched him run away and did not pursue. This was his objective. After the latter left, he reinforced the seal on the Nether Hell and removed the one on the battlefield. He then looked around at the countless tears in this empty white space. It's still not completely finished, he muttered. If not for the seal, the effect of their battles would have leaked. Wang Wei groaned slightly as he sensed the effect of the pill rapidly running out. He disappeared before reappearing in the court. Immediately afterward, his aura drastically decreased. As expected, my strength now is barely third class. He felt the very core of his life or existence was severely injured. And similar to how mortals cannot use much strength or power when injured or sick, he was in the same situation. Is this what she has to live with? He muttered, thinking of that woman who lingered in his dream. No, her case is probably more severe. The existence of a paragon is not so easy to be affected, let alone the one of a boundless one. So, he could imagine the terror of the ultimate taboo. I need to heal, and it's now your job to protect me, he said out loud to no one. However, someone appeared in the corner. It was another him. Before this battle, he knew the possible danger, so he used the resources needed to condense a permanent clone. Although it only had the strength of 40% Grand Dao Source, the latter had the ability to use its full strength for a short period in an emergency. Do you want me to hold the court for you? Asked the clone. No. Let's release the news about my injury as bait. Let's see if there are some stupid people still lurking around. Okay, we should have visitors soon. We can begin with them. Void Battlefield. After Wang Wei left, a few people immediately appeared. To be precise, all the Eterna-class powerhouses showed up, including the hidden ones from the Sea Race. They looked around with pale faces, sensing the remaining aura on this battlefield. Impossible, muttered one of the Sea Race, not willing to accept a new emperor could be this powerful. Everyone gazed at him but did not say anything. Many felt that way but just had better control of themselves. Eminent Monk, do you know something? Asked Su Shi, who was also pale simply due to the aura in the surroundings. Every passing second felt like she was carrying the weight of the world, and even breathing became difficult. Why are you asking this poor monk? Said Feng Heng with some sweat on his forehead. You're probably one of the oldest here, and you have access to all of Buddhism's heritage. So, if you know something, don't hesitate to speak. Feng Heng paused briefly. You should have heard about the tenfold battle realm? Su Shi, along with everyone who was listening, nodded, both openly and secretly. Recently, with the rise of the dream world, people have begun to compare emperors and eternals. As such, the concept soon became popular when individuals tried to understand why there was such a vast difference between them. Well, there were rumors that 10 was not the limit, that there was another layer above. Feng Heng stopped talking, and the room quieted for a few seconds. Are you saying the Heavenly Emperor had achieved this realm, thus having battle prowess comparable to Tier 11 of the Emperor Path? Feng Heng did not elaborate further. Hey, monk, don't just speak nonsense not to reveal what you know, growled Aoshin. I cannot do anything if the donor does not believe my words. I'll believe your words when you speak the truth. The truth is always so cruel. Wouldn't you say so, donor? You? Okay. There is no point in arguing or fighting, butted in Su Shi. If we want the truth, we can just ask him. She immediately disappeared from the place. Everyone looked at her before following. Since they had someone to follow, why not see what happens? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1010 Bait. The group, which included Tong Rubing's clone, walked into the throne room with Wang Wei waiting. They saw his pale face and his weak aura. Immediately, they noticed something. This was the first time they could sense the Heavenly Emperor's aura. They could immediately tell his strength was only at 3rd class. What is it? Asked Wang Wei, his voice soft and weak, no longer containing the confidence and hidden dominance or authority. Everyone gazed at Su Shi, and she paused. In this short moment, she realized many things and knew asking directly was not a good idea. So, she changed her tactic. Is that person in the nether hell really that powerful? Is he that much of a threat? Indeed he is. Is he alive? Sadly so. So you lost. Of course not. But I didn't win either, replied Wang Wei calmly before coughing out loud, even spewing some blood. Is that why you're here? No, I want to see the battle, replied Su Shi. You mean you want me to place my battle in the battle tower? That's right. That's not a bad idea. However, you should be warned to be careful beforehand. What do you mean? If you are weak of heart, it's better if you don't experience it, replied Wang Wei calmly. Is that so? Do you need anything else? No. Okay. You're dismissed. No one immediately left as they gazed at each other until Su Shi bowed respectively before disappearing. Feng Heng followed suit, and the others imitated them. Wang Wei smiled after seeing this. A few people had a quick flash of killing intent after seeing his state. Although extremely brief, his clone still detected it and told him. Interesting, he chuckled before closing his eyes and accessing the dream world. He made his battle with Old Man Nether available but also put certain restrictions on it. For example, only Eternal class powerhouses can view this battle unless they have his approval. Afterward, he retreated to heal his injuries. After returning to their respective factions, these people immediately checked the battle and understood the warning. Sensing the aura of these people was indeed a terrifying thing. Without sufficient Tao heart or willpower, no one could even finish watching the battle. The immortal sovereigns were better since their essence was that of tier 11. However, it was not the same for the others. Additionally, once they used the battle tower to become one of the fighters, allowing them to experience the strength of either Wang Wei or Old Man Nether, these people became intoxicated by the strength they acquired. Like Wang Wei, no, even worse than him, they became lost in having such terrifying power. The situation worsened once the battle ended, and they lost such power. A few were shocked a second time, as they wished they could live their lives in a false reality so they could always experience this power. Luckily, these people were either the best amongst heaven chosen or had lived long enough that their mind was tempered. So they eventually quieted down and regained their bearings. Now they had to decide on their action. The Heavenly Emperor was severely injured, and this could change everything. Emperor Enlightening Academy. Su Shi exhaled before walking out of her seclusion room to see many people waiting for her. She was not surprised as these people sensed the terrible aura that leaked from the void battlefield. What happened? Asked former Headmaster Song. The Heavenly Emperor is severely injured, she replied truthfully. Is the taboo in the Nether Hell so dangerous? Asked a teacher. More than we realize. How severe are we talking about? Asked someone else. His existence should be injured and his strength fallen to 3rd class. The room quieted for a few seconds before someone asked, should we do something? Like what? I don't know, but this might be an opportunity. No one said anything for a while, so they looked at Su Shi. She did not immediately expose her opinions but looked at her husband in the room. What do you think? Lin Fan was momentarily surprised that he became the focus. But he soon calmed down and answered calmly, knowing him, it's probably a bait. He wants to lure people to betray him? In other words, his injuries are fake. I don't know if his injuries are real or not, but even if they are, he should have prepared before for such a possibility. Don't forget what his Tao is, reminded Lin Fan. Plus, even if he's injured, doesn't the Tao opening sect have another eternal powerhouse? With their recent development, there might be more than one. After the rush of the news calmed down, these people calmed down and analyzed the situation. They realized the situation had not changed much despite the latter's injury. They also realized they had been too focused on the Heavenly Emperor and ignored their former rival, the Tao opening sect. Since the beginning of the era, they have been highly low-key despite all the things they have accomplished and all the benefits they've acquired. Why haven't you noticed how low-key they've become? Previously, they were low-key but not to this extreme. The previous Tao opening sect would take some time to remind the world who they were and not to mess with them. However, for a while now, everything about them was related to the Heavenly Emperor, while the other powerhouses rarely showed up. Do you know something, Headmaster? It's because of the balance mechanism. Are you implying that they've become so powerful that they must stay hidden to prevent trouble from true Heavenly Tao? Asked Songli. That's both good and concerning. The good news is the other factions will have more say in the world with the Tao opening sect's new approach. The concern is that their rival is not so powerful that no one knows their true depth. In some ways, they were no longer in the same league. Now, you should understand the situation. The Tao opening sect is our current greatest ally, so don't do anything stupid. She dismissed everybody, leaving Lin Fan for a few minutes. After supervising his cultivation, she retreated. She replayed the battle in her head, trying to understand and improve. Besides his abnormal soul and willpower, the other things are not out of the realm of possibility. Su Shi believed she could train her body to be on that level, her awakening, and Dao will should improve after recasting her foundation, and she could refine a better artifact with the resources in the lower dimension, let alone in the upper. So, the only remaining is source techniques. His should be one that granted a terrifying control over his grand Dao source. No, not just Dao but everything else. She pondered. Such a technique can be replicated with the correct method. A flame appeared in her hands. The extreme of control? I can start with Alchemist's flame control and go from there. Western Bliss Sect. Feng Heng looked at the few immortal tier powerhouses he had and said with a deep tone, "Remember, the Heavenly Emperor is an honorary Buddha of our sect, so please do not spot any more nonsense. Understand? Understand, Reverend Buddha. Okay, you're dismissed." Great Talisman City. Tong Rubing's clone returned and did not even mention the Heavenly Emperor's situation to her faction. She merely talked about the battle and how terrifying it was. She knew it was bait, the fact was very obvious. As such, even if it was possible that the latter was truly injured and was using such an obvious tactic as a mind game, she only needed to remain silent and not do anything. Her only concern was to send every detail of the situation to her main body. Ancient Clan. Huafeng Huang watched the elders walk out of the meeting room. Fox Shadow. Yes, my lady. A tall, thin woman with daggers appeared kneeling on the ground. Her black, tight clothes screamed shadows or assassins. She had an odd aura as she blended with void while exuding a natural charm that could make most men and women go wild. Observe these people. If you find anyone doing anything stupid, I grant you the power to kill before reporting to me. As you command, replied the shadow before disappearing. Fox Shadow's ability reassured Huafeng Huang. After the final battle, she realized the importance of a good general and supporting team, so she began to build one. Unfortunately, it was not easy to find talented individuals on the level of Wang Wei's team. Luckily, she met someone with a hidden Void Fox bloodline and seized that opportunity to turn her into her most loyal follower. Huafeng Huang looked in the distance while secretly shaking her head. Even after the ancestors' warning, some of these people refused to change and control their arrogance. These people knew what the word Dao Overlord represented, but a few still wanted to act foolishly. Maybe it's time to clean up some of these people. Aoshin returned to the northern continent and did not say anything to anyone. He's not fallen for such an obvious trap. However, it was regrettable that this recent development delayed the business he was waiting for, but he was patient. Anyway, the storm will soon pass. Another person who reacted similarly to him was Jian Sha from the sword-casting villa. He did not mention anything about the injury and told everyone how the situation was handled. See Race Territory, a meeting of the highest order. Are we just going to let this opportunity slide? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know, report, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10-11 Rediscover Yourself. What opportunity? We are already on thin ice with him. Do you want to destroy our race? I'm not telling you to attack him, but we can do something. The sea has been our domain since the beginning of time. We stayed outside the affairs of the Earth dwellers, and they ignored us. That's how things have always been. But now they have invaded our domain. Can we just accept this? I'm not happy about this situation either. But once again, what can we do? You saw his power. Now that he's weakened, isn't it an opportunity? You're not stupid enough not to see this as bait, right? Of course, but this does not change the situation. The chapters is up by N0V_bin. We can act in the shadows, preparing a sacrificial pawn if things go wrong. I still think we're playing with fire. Like I said, we do not need to act directly and use a proxy. As long as we prepare for plausible deniability, we will be fine. Anyway, he won't detect anything for a while in his current state. Alright, let's do it. A few days later, Wang Wei received an unexpected visitor to the court. He walked out of his room to see someone waiting for him. Mom, what's this I hear that you're injured? Asked Yu Yan. What are you talking about? News has spread to the entire world that you're severely injured. Some rumors even say you might not survive for long and might enter limbo. Wait, you didn't know? Can anything escape your eyes in this world? So, you're really injured? She rushed to hold him. I'm indeed injured, but you don't have to worry. I thought nothing could happen to you in the lower dimension. The world is so vast and full of wonders. Even my strength cannot be said to be invincible, replied Wang Wei calmly. How can you do something so dangerous? You have responsibilities. You can't act recklessly anymore, Yu Yan warned. Do you need anything to heal? Don't worry, I already prepared everything beforehand, replied Wang Wei as he locked arms with her. Let's go on a walk. I have something to say to you. Why so serious? Wang Wei did not explain and led her to the star-sky universe above the court. A golden light served as their pathway, leading them past countless planets and stars. As they passed countless wonders of the cosmos, the sight was otherworldly. I'm going to be rude and blunt, so I apologize beforehand, said Wang Wei. Now you're scaring me. Wang Wei locked his palm with hers. You need to rediscover yourself. What are you talking about? For a long time, your life was evolving around me or father. Your entire role or personality was that of a proud mother and dutiful wife. As a result, you've forgotten or placed your dreams or goals at the back of the line. Yu Yan suddenly stopped, and Wang Wei followed too. It's time to think about yourself first, be selfish, and consider what you want for the future. Is there anything wrong with wanting to protect our family? To ensure that we're always together? She asked in a low voice. Of course not. But you have to understand the concept of balance. I have my pursuit of absolute freedom. Father wants to see the pinnacle of swordsmanship and beyond, and grandfather has his own aspirations and drive. Only yours revolved around the family. Wang Wei paused and gave her some time to process the news. I always wanted to prove the Tao and revive the Yu clan. That's a good starting point, but it's not enough. By the next generation, you can accomplish this goal. What will you do next? Our family will be separated for some time, and I fear something might happen to you if you don't have spiritual sustenance. Yu Yan has been worrying about this too. Soon, her son will ascend and fight in a terrible war in the upper dimension. She won't be able to see, speak, or know any information about him. Grandpa will reincarnate, leaving only her and her husband. Luckily, she would be busy with the affairs of the heavenly court to distract her, but there is always the possibility of something going wrong after not seeing everybody at the same table for too long. You're a talented cultivator with a brilliant mind. Don't let titles like mother and wife be the restraints that bind you. Yu Yan exhaled deeply. What do you think I should do? That's not something I can tell you. I recommend you walk around the world, self-introspect from when you were a mortal to your current self. Think about your hobbies, personality, desires, and everything else unique about yourself. Then dream big, don't be afraid to devise an absurd goal. All right. Yu Yan kissed him on the cheek before leaving. She randomly teleported to somewhere and began walking on her journey of self-discovery. Wang Wei watched her with a smile. He had wanted to have this talk to his mother for a while and prepared to talk to her either right before or after she proved the Tao. Now that the situation was dealt with, he felt relieved. What happened? He asked in the empty air. The sea race released the news. They plan for the still disgruntled devil cultivators to release the information to foreign world communities, replied the clone. So they are the ones who jumped out. I guess I should not be surprised. The xenophobia of the sea race was too strong. Normally, Wang Wei would have left them alone. Sadly, the ocean was a dent of treasure and resources, and he had to manage it. They're not the only ones. Oh, who else? Them? Does she know? No. Interesting. It seems we have someone else to bleed, smiled Wang Wei with a sense of schadenfreude. What do you want to do? Let things play out, he replied calmly. Anyway, it's about time for our foreign expansion, and if someone catches the bait, their worlds will be a safe and secure place to begin. All right, but there is something else. What is it? An opportunity? Where? The Origin Weapon Mountain. You can proceed as you see fit, said Main Wang Wei. He was not feeling well. His current state reminded him of when he was sick back on Earth. At first, the feeling was interesting because of its novelty. But now, the feeling of constant weakness and aching was annoying. So, he ended the conversation and returned to his healing. Southern Vermilion Bird Continent. Yu Yan appeared in a forest and used her divine sense to find direction. Soon, she found the nearest mortal civilization and decided first to eat something. As she looked at the food before her, she realized many things. First, she had not come to the southern continent in a long time. To be precise, she had not left the central continent of her own volition, probably ever since she was pregnant. She went to the western continent because of her son, and she wished to travel to the south when Wang Wei infiltrated the Origin Pildao sect. During that time, she feared for his safety and wanted to see and protect him secretly. The second major realization was regarding food. In the past few million years, she was the main cook for her family and only tasted food made by a few people. Her husband, son, daughter-in-law, and the last meal before her mother died. In her youth, before she met Wang Tian and was his competitor, she also enjoyed traveling and tasting the food of different continents. But, after an unknown time, her world shrunk, revolving around a few people. Yu Yan sighed before eating the food. She found it a little too greasy, but the taste was unique enough to catch her attention. Finally, she tasted the tea but paused after one sip. She remembered she never liked tea. Her father and mother forced her to learn the tea ceremony since it was a deep part of the world's culture. She remembered how she had to lie about her favorite tea, how these heaven-chosen would go to extreme lengths to get her favorite tea as a way to impress her. After marriage, she would say her favorite was either her husband's or son's favorite or use any random name that popped into her head. Server, give me another drink. Yu Yan changed her drink as she observed the surroundings. Once she finished, she continued her journey, going from one restaurant to another, one mortal civilization to the next. On one of her trips, she ended up in a coliseum to watch a battle between mortal and cultivator, something that has become common in the lower tier of the world. She did not care for the fight but focused on the fact it was a battle between a saber wielder and a swordsman. During her luck trial, she learned about Saber Dao to counter Wang Tian. Her talent was decent, but she did not pursue such a path. Did I like the saber? Yu Yan asked herself. The answer is no, but she also could not wonder what her life would have been had she not given up. Husband is a supreme swordsman, and the wife is an overlord saber wielder? That would have been interesting. She shook her head before continuing her journey. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 10-12 Discovery and Pressure Unedited Chapter. Yu Yan spent the next few days on a journey of self-discovery. She re-examined her likes, dislikes, goals, ambitions, and life as an individual rather than a mother or wife. Experiencing mortal lives and civilization was marvelous to her, but she still could not find a grand goal for herself. So, she decided to relax. Luckily, in the city she was in, there was a chess tournament and she participated. Without any suspense, she won, and rumors of a chess saint spread in that mortal kingdom. At first, Yu Yan wanted to leave because of all the attention, but she changed her mind and continued to accept challenges. The process was helpful to her search. She realized or rediscovered her love for chess. At an early age, she displayed an exceptional talent for the game while receiving her aristocratic education. However, given her talent, Her father focused more on honing her battle talents, while her sister, who was expected to marry and be more ladylike, focused on things like chess, poetry, and calligraphy. She did not focus on the art of chess again until her son's method of proving the Tao required it. During that time, she realized how talented she was in the subject, with only her son could keep or rival her. Yu Yen smiled, thinking how the latter would sometimes secretly cheat when he was on a losing streak. Of course, she would play the mother card and blame him for playing too hard when she was on a losing streak. Yu Yen enjoyed her time as the chess sage and felt her grand ambitions might be related to chess somehow. However, she could not think of anything after much deliberation and walked away. Nothing came to fruition until she was in the Western continent. In one of the temples, he learned the monks would experience the trial of darkness to temper their minds. As the name implies, the monk would close themselves into a room of absolute darkness. Their task is to rely on the fortitude of their mind to not succumb to the darkness. That seems easy enough, muttered Yu Yen, who wanted to experience this trial. Sadly, it was only for the monks of the temple. So, she had no choice but to reveal her identity. After all, who dared refuse the mother of the heavenly emperor? She was not pedantic to the point of not using her identity despite her journey of self-discovery. Yu Yen started the test with the temple's blessing, beginning with the mortal tier darkness. This part of the test was easy as her mental fortitude was naturally high as a cultivator, so she focused on the part for a cultivator. She began to have visions of the past on the first level of that darkness. Her clan was lucky in the birth department as her mother gave birth to 2 children who were relatively close to each other. As such, they were very close in childhood and played together. One game she loved to play with her older sister was search and find, and she always won. She would hide in the strangest places full of darkness that her sister was very scared of. She would make fun of her afterward for being older and being scared. Sadly, as they grew older, such tactics no longer worked. I thought I chose the Tao of darkness because of its opposite nature of light. If I could prove the Tao with that law, our clan's foundation would be deeper, but it may not be so simple. I've always loved darkness. After this realization, many things she had long hidden or forgotten about became clearer. When she broke through the divine body realm, the idea or goal she instilled in her good fortune flame was that she would revive the Yu clan and show people the true beauty and horror of darkness. Over the years, she worked toward the first part of the goal but did not focus on the second aspect. After her generation learned heavenly Tao cut off the path of supreme and that there would be no heaven will in this generation, she shifted all her attention to raising the next generation. She did not even revive her ambitions toward the Yu clan until she saw how talented her son was. As for the other, she forgot it until now, thinking about it as the words of her young and inexperienced self. So that's how it is, muttered Yu Yen as she opened her eyes. The answer was before me long ago. My goal, my grand ambitions, lies in darkness. Her aura suddenly changed, becoming calmer, wiser, more peaceful, and more complete. Her Tao heart had with a new youthful vigor. Cultivators sublimated, and Yu Yen found herself with a new youthful vigor. Cultivators' appearances are dictated by lifespan, choice, and state of mind. The first 2 are understandable while the last one is more rare. Some people suddenly aged in one night after experiencing a terrible ordeal or their Tao heart breaking. The same individual could return to their youth after dealing with their issue or fixing their Tao heart. Such a method of deciding appearance is more applicable to immortal tier cultivators. Previously, Yu Yen was young Baikois not because of her mindset. As the sect madam of the Tao opening sect and the mother of one of the most powerful heaven chosen, she had to look a certain way, she had to be presentable. Now, she was young because of her mindset. She felt her spirit return to when the world was vast and full of endless possibilities. It's time, muttered Yu Yen before leaving the test room. She thanked the monk for their hospitality before walking out. She took one last look at the temple while muttering, I should build this darkness test for the clan. It's a good way to temper the mind, Tao heart, and even willpower. Yu Yen left, immediately returning to the heavenly court. Back already? asked Wang Wei with a smile. He could see and feel the difference in his mother. Her eyes were brighter than usual, an indication of a highly focused spirit. Yes, I have found my path. Oh, tell me about it. Yu Yen told him about her discovery and her grand ambition. A little absurd, isn't it? Maybe, but isn't it the same for my dream of achieving absolute freedom? It's fine if you're willing to walk steadily toward that goal and not give up no matter what. Your life will be fulfilled and you won't regret it. No matter what? Yu Yen shook her head. I don't think I can be like you and Honger, willing to do everything to achieve your goal. We are the extreme. So, it's fine if you're not like this. And maybe it's a good thing not to be too extreme. True, nodded Yu Yen. I think it's time for me to act. We should have a little more time. The last time he checked, their deception worked, or to be precise, true heavenly Tao allowed it. However, he still wanted to wait a little longer. Now is the perfect time. Since you are fishing, once I begin, they will conclude that you desperately need merit to accelerate your healing. This should place more pressure on them to accelerate their actions. That's an excellent idea. However, you should wait a few more weeks. My clone is scheming against the Great Origin Mountain. Oh, what's your plan? The two mother and sons discussed how to play the world for their benefit. Afterward, Yu Yen returned to her clan, preparing for the upcoming event. Soon afterward, auspicious clouds manifested above the court, alarming everybody. Not even an hour afterward, the Tao opening sect released information about a new innate refining technique that used arrays to imitate heavenly Tao and refine pills, artifacts, and talismans. The world shook as people realized a golden age of profession was happening. And it was just the beginning. Great Origin Mountain, a meeting of the highest order. Time is running out, said a burly elderly man with long white hair and a waist-length gray beard, clothed in all black and with abnormally large hands for his size. If he heals, then our action won't mean anything. I agree with Great Elder Shur. If our actions cannot gain his favor and are only the cherry on top, then it's pointless. Everybody looked at Sect Master Chunyi, a handsome middle-aged man with a white streak on his hair. He did not appear burly like most people in the room, but had a more refined or elegant air. His hesitation was not because he was Chun Chen's adopted father, but the price he needed to pay. Advisor Kong, what do you think? Their factions were composed of weapon refiners, so they were usually hot-tempered because of the scripture they cultivated. As such, each generation will have an advisor position or someone wise and calm to help the sect master. Why did the Heavenly Emperor kill young Master Chen? Asked Advisor Kong, who also had a bookish air emanating from him. What do you mean? He had the opportunity to kill others, but besides the people from D. Tion's side, he only killed the young master. Kong bastard, are you trying to sow conflict? Let me finish talking, replied the advisor calmly. Not long ago, we received news he summoned all the former Heaven Chosen. Although we don't know what they discussed, news about a second small-scale heaven will battle spread. If not for the recent news, this should have been the talk of the entire world. What are you getting at? The Heavenly Emperor is a person with grand visions. Many of the changes in the world were things he had planned hundreds of thousands of years prior. Are you saying he had planned to save or keep the people in his generation alive? However, Chainer's puppet transformation is why he killed him. Asked Sect Master Chunyi. That's correct. So, what if he believes we still have this method and becomes suspicious of our sect? He should be wiser than this. The point is we cannot allow him to have any excuses to intervene in our sect's affairs or, worse, destroy us, he replied calmly. Chunyi immediately understood the latter's meaning. We must mend our relationship with the Heavenly Emperor, even if it's for peace of mind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 1013 Origin Hammer Sect Master Chun Yi sighed deeply. He knew of the steep decline of their sect ever since the Heaven Will battle. Things then escalated after the appearance of talisman weapons. Their mountain controlled the majority of the weapon industry in the world, but now they've received a major blow as their sales drastically decreased. On top of everything, the Great Talisman City and many others began to attack their stores, taking control of them by any means necessary. They even suspected the Dao opening sect was part of this economic attack. If he did not do something, the Origin Weapon Mountain might suffer a catastrophe in his hand. How can I see my ancestors if I let the sect decline in my hand? Thought Chun Yi, ignoring the room's quietness. However, the price to pay might be too much. His internal struggle was evident on his face, but no one said anything until a few minutes later as Advisor Kong intervened. Sect Master, we are only doing the same thing as the Great Talisman City. Sect Master Chun Yen immediately remembered what had happened to the Great Talisman City. Their situation was even worse at the beginning of this era because of their leader's betrayal. But soon after, they announced they had mended their relationship with the court. People did not believe them until rumors about the price they paid leaked. Everyone praised Tong Ruobing and the city for their ruthless move. Yes, since that little girl can be so decisive and ruthless, can I be that inferior to her? Prepare everything. You'll see the Heavenly Emperor immediately. Sect Master is wise, nodded Advisor Kong, and everyone praised the Sect Master before discussing the logistics. After preparing everything, they sent a communication talisman to the court for a meeting. Heavenly Court. Wang Wei looked at the pill before him, surrounded by formations, deep in thought. So, the limit is extreme tier? The first method of refining innate pills he created that used the Divine Sea could only refine pseudo-pills that were on par with Quasi-Emperor tier. They could be described as the best amongst that tier. After the revival of the environment and gaining access to innate chi, that method could create innate pills on par with fake immortal pills, and since then, the Origin Pill Dao sect has not updated that technique to refine true immortal tier pill. However, this method of using formation to replicate heaven and earth can create true innate pills. However, the limit is extreme tier, which is on par with first-class emperors. Ultimate tier innate pills should be possible to refine. However, such an act would affect the world source, and Heavenly Dao won't allow this to happen. Even normal innate pills require too much innate chi and will be under strict control. Heavenly Dao should make the pill tribulations extremely difficult. Wang Wei secretly shook his head. His method was very restrictive because it required someone accomplished in both alchemy and arrays to make, preventing too many people from attempting. Now, he knew the pill tribulations for his technique would be harsher than others. This technique will not be popular, he concluded. Someone will probably create a way for an alchemist and array master to work together to refine the pill, but before then, this method will not be popular. Wang Wei slowly took out a talisman to send the news to the sect to research this cooperative method. Although he did not care too much about this method, it was still a source of merit. He won't receive much if his technique is not spread and used. Once finished, he looked in the distance and asked, "Is it me, or has Heavenly Dao become stricter?" "You're right. Since Su Shi's action and its increase in strength, it has become harsher in some of its rules," replied the clone. "That can be both good and bad. The world needs order to function and develop, but too much order is a prison and can easily elicit rebellion. Have it or Old Man Tianji made any move since they learned about my injury?" "No. They are both quiet." Wang Wei nodded. Despite expecting this answer, he needed to ask. Heavenly Dao is an emotional program, so it should know better than to take this obvious bait. As for why it would take action against him, that's because its core programming is to maintain balance, and Wang Wei's power had long broken the scale, so it's in its nature to try to restrict him and tilt it back. "The Origin Weapon Mountain people are here." "Oh, so your plan succeeded?" Wang Wei smiled before walking to the throne room. Soon afterward, Sect Master Chun Yi walked in with a delegation. They kowtowed to show their deepest respect before presenting a gift, saying it was to honor the Heavenly Emperor and creating a deep pond between them. Wang Wei's eyes lit up when he saw the gift, an ordinary-looking bronze hammer. "Is that the origin hammer?" he asked as he held the hammer. It was rumored the weapon ancestor was a blacksmith when he was immortal. As a remembrance of this past, when he created his life's greatest work, the origin hammer, he modeled it after his blacksmith hammer. Now, it appears this rumor was true. Our founder was a humble man who never forgot his origin. Wang Wei gave him a side glance. Wu Hong once told him that talisman and weapon ancestors did not become eternals because of their arrogance and pride. So, he would not believe such words. As he looked at the hammer, he was truly surprised. This weapon granted a natural 7% Grand Dao boost. However, this was not its limit. As the luck condensation artifact of the origin weapon mountain, it can perfectly carry the luck of the sect, which grants another 3% Grand Dao boost. In other words, any emperors of their faction will have a twofold battle realm after wielding this weapon. This thing is truly a masterpiece. Luckily, this thing had severe restrictions. Otherwise, the origin weapon mountain would have been more powerful than it is. Wang Wei was sure that probably only one great emperor since their mountain's founder could wield all the strength of that hammer. The only time this weapon would be fully activated would be once the sect faced a terrible catastrophe. "Are you sure you want to hand this weapon to me?" asked Wang Wei. "Since the great talisman city can hand over their luck artifact for the generation, we can do the same," replied Chun Yi with confidence. Wang Wei chuckled as he understood the implications. Anyways, as long as he can gather the civilization destiny, he has no issue returning these factions' luck and destiny before ascending. It would be a grave mistake to forcefully leave it to his sect, so he had no problem with those short loans. "I appreciate this gift especially since it's very timely," said Wang Wei, his face as pale as ever. "I consider myself generous, so I won't let you suffer." He closed his eyes before dispatching his divine sense. A few seconds later, he waved his hand to manifest a cauldron in the middle of the room. The thing immediately caught everyone's attention. This cauldron follows the same idea as the mechanical cauldron, but it's for weapons instead of pills. As you can see, it's incomplete because of my sect's lack of ability. Wang Wei paused to allow them to process this information. "My previous plan was to gather everyone worldwide, sharing the merit and destiny for completing this project. I will hand it over to your mountain for your great gift." Chun Yi felt the world spinning. The excitement was too much. He knew the significance of this project and the blessing their mountain would receive once they completed it. After the project is finished, the cauldron will enter the dream world. However, your mountain will have a share of the profit. Chun Yi was happy he was a cultivator or would have fainted and humiliated himself. They had a meeting to discuss how profitable the pill mechanical cauldron was. Even if he's only sharing some of the profit, he knows how much their mountain will benefit. More importantly, they will no longer be irrelevant in this upcoming era full of changes. "Don't be happy too early," said Wang Wei, waking up some of these people from their daydreams. "You will have a specific amount of time to finish this project. I will take it back if you don't meet my expectations." "Your Majesty, we swear on our ancestors we will not let you down," hurriedly said Chun Yi as he knelt. "That's good," nodded Wang Wei before pausing. "I'm sorry about Chun, but he had to die. No need for apologies. The heaven will battle is cruel, and there is a reason it's called the Grave of Geniuses." Wang Wei looked at him for a moment. "If there is nothing else, you can leave." The delegation swiftly exited but did not hide the happiness in their strides. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked at the hammer before him, sensing the new luck and destiny added to his court. He could not help but smile. He now had the luck of the Origin Rune Mountain, Great Talisman City, Origin Weapon Mountain, and his sect. He only missed the Origin Pill Dao sect to condense the civilization luck he planned. And if he could get his hands on the Qi luck of the ancient clan, things would be perfect. "How did you do it?" "It was quite easy," replied the clone. "I only use a few of our Fate Shadow Guards to release some murmurs. Then their advisor, a very wise man, understood my message and made things happen." The world would be so much easier if there were as many smart men as that advisor, joked Wang Wei. True. Now, the only missing piece is the Origin Pill Dao sect. Any plans for them? Lu Chang and the Flame Emperors are still untouchable variables, so let's wait until they reveal their hands first. Yes, by then, our opportunity might come. Wang Wei looked in the distance and muttered, "It's time." He sent news to his mother to begin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.